Good evening. This is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to some more Star Rupture, which I guess we get to start off with a rupture. I did a little bit between streams, kind of cleaning things up.
Is unstable.
All of the buildings that were over here now are gone. The pillars are gone. What I've left is basically storages with some of the items, just so we don't find ourselves in a situation like before, or if we're trying to do a short-term kind of build-up. We have that ability. So let's see here. I wanted to make sure these are enabled here. But yeah, so today I want to work on or continue or finish what we were doing over on the titanium base. Getting everything running up here. Actions, there we go. I'm enabling a few things that I sometimes turn off, just the Discord. All right. Okay, think we are good. Again, waiting for the rupture to go away. One of the things I did notice over at the titanium base is before I started building all the things, I'd really only connected the 2 pure nodes. And it's interesting. 16 every 2 seconds for the pure nodes, again, 480. I have 2 normals and 2 pores. And in the past, the 2 normals would work together, but the pores, you know. But now the normals are 10 every 2 seconds, and the pores are 6 every 2 seconds. Which means I have... If I combine a normal with a pore over there, each one of them is going to give me 480. So I need to at least get one of those fired up because I need to support the rods. I have all the other stuff there, just not the rods. Okay. Got to clear 2 more abandoned bases to unlock the compounder version 2. So yeah, I haven't even gotten to the compounders yet. I'm curious to see how those are going to go. I think I'm going to get pretty quick through this once I get, again, like the, what am I doing? Yeah, once I get the foundation done here. Getting better at catching myself. That was 180. Ah, nice. Yeah, I got to finish the titanium, get it set to go. And so basically right here, I have 2 slices, each taking one of the pure nodes. So that was 480, 480. But I have it set up so each of those 3 sets over there also needs 480. So let's go ahead and drop this thing real fast. And it was 3 gap in the middle. Let's make sure they're all the same size. I love that it's tileable, like completely tileable. Like I get to use the outside of one of them for the next one. So it is kind of, I think, a much more elegant design than what I was doing in the past. Okay, and again, as per usual, I just like to have all the blocks filled in. Actually, in this case, I'm forgetting this is actually 2 sets. And it is going to connect right up to here. Now we're doing that game again. It selects everything, it just doesn't put all the blocks down. Alright, and the way I want to do these moving forward, just, again, kind of like I did back in my other design, is I always want to do the bottom floor first. Get those cables run, get it ready for the next area, and it speeds up the process, because I'm not trying to duck underneath to be able to place things. Okay, so putting this down, we go back over to here. Actually, let me go to favorites. So this is going to be smelters. And yeah, okay, just making sure I've got them facing the right direction. Lock the height in. And yep, perfect. All right, feed is going to come in, and again, this is just a single slice at 480. Now, I'm not sure anymore that I liked how I did that. Oh, I got to go all the way to the right. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we're... Are you going to upgrade past level 4 or wait till updates? I already tore it down because I needed the ignition, but I left everything over there. So I pulled when I took it down and it left the little things, I put them in storage. So all the things to get to level 4 are there, with the exception of the ignition and the hearts. So, and I'll be able to take care of those pretty easy. So it's there if they do add something. I don't have to actually redo it all over again. Okay, so remembering here, these are going to go up and come back over there. The one of you and one of you. I think I might take this one over and down and combine with this one, and then that one is there for the next one. If, well, not if, when I decide to do it. And I'm trying to figure out why. So if I have this come in, I need to get it to here. Ah, I left these facing the same direction. So I had to do kind of weird things. I'm thinking now that I don't have to do that. A good idea. I don't know why I left mine up after I unlocked the stuff. Yeah, it was a lot of tier 2 storages, I'll be honest. I was kind of a little surprised. Alright, let me do this really fast then. I keep kind of tweaking this. Oh, I'm going to get a little higher. I keep kind of tweaking it. So I find that if I alternate them, I have a better... it's easier for me to get them up top and then run them across. So I'm going to do that again. Come to here. I need to go over, which is why we're still high. But I want it the same height. Yeah. Keep it level for now. Okay, and then we'll come down here. And I should still be... Alright, I can put you here. There we go. Which means I need to change this one. Oh, you're already a different size anyway. Okay, I'm fine then. Let's level you with that instead. Take you to there. And then from here you go down to those. Okay, let's run the rails. And then, like I said, the other one's going to be pretty easy. It's a straight down. I noticed this yesterday. So when Victoria did the raid, and I was came back over to kind of show what we were doing, I realized I only had 2 slices of 480 actually built, and I had 3 things over there that I kept saying were 480 a piece. So I realized I needed to fix this. So figure we'd start with this, and this basically takes care of that part of it. So the reason why I'm talking about flipping them is now I can run it over here and bring it up that way and come back. I can, regardless of which way I choose to run this, I can still pick up the outputs easily. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. I might... So I think that I do want to do this, because I want to still leave that available or open. Let's do this real fast. It's all new design, new problems. But I feel really good about this. I think that this is going to work really well. Got some really cool places to build stuff down. Nice ones I use the dispatchers. There. Oh, I can't do that. That might be why I was doing the interesting things over there, because I still need this to be able to feed into that one. but I can still... So this was the thing I did. I needed to make sure this space wasn't taken up. So I can still go there and there. Perfect. That allows me to go here and here. Now I want... Yeah, you do need to move. You're in the way of the other one. I gotta be careful how I'm doing these. So let's see. You came over there. So you fed into that one. I also need you to feed into this one. And I'm not sure why I did that. I'm not gonna fix it right now, but it definitely will need fixing. Okay, you're still up to there. Okay. So all of this being the fact that I want the output here. And then, which means it's going to come from above. Okay. I said, once I do a few of these, I'm going to get a little bit, it's going to become more muscle memory. This is just way more complicated than the system I was using prior to this. Okay, there's our out. Same thing over here. Yeah, what I don't like about the way I did it, I'm already see that I'm going to do it differently on this one and moving forward. Because I went off on the side. I don't understand why I did that. That made no sense. I could have still gone across neatly. Okay, you're over there. Oh, yep. So got to connect the outputs to you and to you. Now I can put the tops in. And that'll be all the way across, lined up. Place these smelters, same spots again. Although this time, I think I'm going to flip them. I like being able to look down underneath and see the shadow. Be like, yep, that's the same as that one. Okay, so the downward, the outputs are going to go like this. And there. Oh. I'm like, what just happened?
Tasty.
I don't get much food out of these. I get plenty of drink. Oh. Well. Alright. Okay, grab these. So each of these is going to be like this, coming down. And then the outputs will be like this, going to there. Yeah, it doesn't need to run on the outside. I'm still not sure why I chose to do that. That's interesting. Alright, so let's do the... I think they're both going this way. Yeah, I like that too. I don't have anything coming up in the front. Still kind of wondering why some of my decisions there. Okay, that is even exact... Drag and hold the delete option. It would be huge, yeah. And I know it's a thing that the players are asking for a lot. I don't know. I just, my guess is that there's a lot of things that people want or ask for that aren't just as simple as, you know, flipping a switch. Like it's a whole change in the coding for something. So maybe it's just something that they couldn't get fit in time for the update. Alright, so you're going to go down straight into there, and that's going to allow our outputs to be up front. Okay, I'm starting to see why. Okay. Yeah, because I need you to come up to here. I think that's why I did the weird stuff, went over the blocks and everything. So I think instead, yeah, I'm going to have it come up the front. Oh, and I already did. See? I was already thinking of the problem. Gotcha. you go in there. I have to give the devs credit. This is a huge upgrade from when the demo released. Oh, yeah. Very. They've definitely done huge progress on certain things. And I think that's kind of some of the problem is we get focused on the things that we really wish that they would have changed. Which is why it's like I like to point out the stuff that's... I'm like, yeah, that's a big change. That was actually a real big win for us. As opposed to just the frustration parts. Okay. I think that's it. That's done. So all the outputs go over there, flip around, come to here, and they're waiting. The updates go here, come back up, and go around. And that'll allow me to do this better. I don't like the fact that these ones over here went out to the side like that. I'm probably gonna fix that. I'm not very happy with that, but I don't want to fix it now. But we will get it fixed. All right, so now I've got 3 outputs of 480 ready to come over here. And I've already got these ones set up. So this is where they're gonna the triple rail will come this way, 480 on each, and they'll branch off to these different nodes for building. But now I need to get over to what we were doing at the end yesterday. And again, these are dispatchers to take out the different items that are left over from these. So what constitutes a winner? Makes me happy. Is efficient. Looks good. I think that altogether is what I would call a winner. I think I still might need to program these things too. I forgot all about that. And how you doing, Beermy? Okay. Making sure. So this should be starting down here. Right? Yep. Output there. Or input, sorry. And then that comes here, goes up, and then I did flip them. Inputs. Yes! Using 2 stories, but fitting the different things. So each one of these is 480 output a minute. So it just takes one rail coming in to fill this up. So like, you know, this is 6 rod on a version 2. That's 8 sheets on a version 2. And that is 18 version 1 fabricators for beams. But they all fit these nice tight little things, and then the outputs are real easy to set up because I can send 480 into 2 of these, and that means each one will be sending 240. So I can either on the other side take 2 receivers to combine them back into the 480, or take them separately and have 240 apiece, because they only output 300 a minute, so you can't just send 480 through one of them. So that's Genji did some experimenting with that when I was watching his video. So that's the new way to send out stuff. But I don't think I'm going to have that much to send because I'm also doing 12 furnaces of housing. This is still my my feeder base. Yeah, this is still the feeder base. This is only titanium. So instead of and there's, like I said, there's 960. Well, there's 4 sets of 480 over there, and I still have another 480 ores. I can do one more slice there too. My new idea is to put 2 tile space between horizontal on vertical around machines and having incoming and outgoing lanes in all directions. Yeah, that's the other thing I plan on doing. So, like, again, this is just a feeder base. Yes. So technically, I could put dispatchers over there and send beams wherever I want to. But in this case, I'm just going to run them all down to here to fill this up. This is bigger than any of the stuff that I've had to do before. And I can fit so much output on these things right now. It's basically silly because I'm using the excavator version 2. And I'm using all these version 2 fabs and furnaces where I can. There's no furnace version 2 for housing, and there's no fabricator version 2 for beams. So those 2 have to stay with the originals. But then connecting them to these so I can go wherever I want to. Like down here's a spot, up there's a spot. That plateau over there is flatter than flat, and there's nothing up there. It's like the perfect build spot. I found that last night too. So throw up some receivers and you can do that. The bluff over there where the calcium is, also another one. Curious what I could do on those little foot. There's a lot of different options here for some really cool base designs. Well, no, it's just my feeder base. I've just changed the way it was. Instead of having a row of smelters feeding up into the all the different things, the size this would have to be, using my old style, like it's double this footprint. So this was the only way I could really kind of make this work. Yeah, yeah, the sulfur. But I mean, like the spot over here has two different spots with like 8 apiece, and then there's a helium spot with like 8 helium nodes, and then the calcium over there has like 10 nodes. Like this, if you come out to here, and I'm sure there's more places like this around the radiation zones, but that place there is kind of, whoa, what did I just do? That was weird. Just made all my other things disappear. I got to get a few things back up. That was weird. I hit one button and everything went to like back windows. There we go. That was so weird. All right. It's kind of like mine, but your pods are vertical, mine are horizontal. Yeah, and I used to do horizontal. But I'm finding that I can fit things better. And the cool thing too is these kind of line up fairly well. Like these ones line perfectly up with these ones, so I could do half and half going out. Same thing with those. I can do half. I can do the bottom into one, top into one, so it makes it real easy by stacking the dispatchers right behind them to, you know, make it a smaller space. And I could have put them closer together if I wanted to, but this is like my first attempt at all these different things, so I'm really kind of experimenting with the layout. And I think it says I was trying to figure out if I'd done everything. Oh yeah, your outputs. It's harder to see what direction they're going when you don't have power to them. Well, for in here, the input is, you know, as far as bars go for all them, it's 480. So I'm only going to need a single rail that feeds in, because each one of these has a spot for the input. So right here, if you hit that with the 480 beam or rods, or not rods, bars, it goes up, it goes all the way out, comes back up and feeds into these, and then the outputs go over, and then they come out over to here, like a single output here. Although I did not connect you, so I just missed something that I just noticed. Yeah, so inputs on one side, outputs on the other. So it's all one single continuous path. So and I think this is going to work better too on the bigger factories I have, because I'm going to try to combine things into larger things I'm trying to craft that use similar items, so I don't have to have as many receiver inputs, and then I think it'll be easier for me to feed into kind of things like that. I haven't gotten to the design part of that yet, because I still have to do my Wolfram calcium before I get to building that. Yep. I'm going to bring a 3-way rail from there to bring the 480s over here, because it's 3 of them, so it'll branch off one to each one of these off of one triple connector. And then on the outputs of those, I'm going to feed in over here. I believe I put the... No, I did not. I put the one over here. So next time I probably should flip it. But this has 2 inputs here, and I had to... You can't run this on the lower area. It's just a little too wide on these tier 2 furnaces, so I had to bring it up to get over. But this is set for 2 lines because I need more than 480. I need 720, I think, for this one slice. Let's come back up here. And, oh yeah, 720 sheets so I had to bring the sheets in on 2 lines. The beam can go all the way through, but I had to bring 2 lines of sheets, so it's a little more. The Hellbomb nuke from hell. Yeah, I never really did try that. But you can see on this one it's a little bit different because I have 2 inputs. Because I have too much sheet to go, so I can bring in a triple rail from here, 2 rails of sheets and 1 of beams that come over here and split up into those. Is the plan. But if I have everything, I think I'm going to start wiring everything up, and I'm about ready to be able to turn it on. I just wanted to make sure everything was connected right. And so you're up. Yeah, out input, and then outputs over here. Yeah, because I'm gonna have a different place where I'm gonna be combining them. I've always done that. This is no different than what I've been doing, other than I'm using dispatchers instead of running a long rail to it. I've always created just a single set of items that are made from an ore patch in every base I've ever made. So titanium, I'll make all the beams, rods, sheets, and housing, and that gets sent off. Yeah, I don't make other stuff until I get away from and bring it all in. So that in that case, I'll be having receivers set, and I can put the receivers anywhere I want instead of having to maneuver rails and try to make things fit. Like that's part of my problem that's made it really a bit more difficult, is trying to figure out how to get rails in and then get them to feed into all the stuff and put them in the right position. Being able to drop a receiver wherever I need it is going to be, I think, a lot better. And then the same thing for here. I just need to set up another one of these for the housing coming out. And this is the tile here, so it's basically 2 on each side. So if I were to put another one, there would be 2 beams here, because that's the only way to be able to support that, is to sit on top of that. Because it would be here, 1 beam, 2 beam. So if I come over here, the same thing. Dispatcher to storage rail seems best, the way you have a surplus at all times. Yeah, yep. I'm still going to go with the storage. Always feeding into storage, and always outputting to storage whenever I can. But yeah, like I said, this was very much work in progress, proof of concept, I guess. So I can still... it'll be a small... I don't think I need to go crazy anymore. I don't need the extra large storages. I just need something that has basically a surplus for it. So I'll end up putting it down wherever the input is for that, which I believe actually it's over there, and I'll feed into that. So, yep, that's input. That's output. Yeah, so basically put that here, it'll go into there, and then come out over into there. And then the same thing up here. Yeah, put that there, and then feeds over into there. Now that I have this to look at, the next ones I think are I'm gonna make them fit a little bit better. One of the things that I'm doing over there is trying to basically have, if I need to have it done by floors. So there'll be 1 output on the bottom floor and then 1 output on the top floor. And that might be what I was trying to do over here when I was trying to figure out why I didn't have a loop. Because your inputs, you're the output here, and I think you're supposed to be the output here. And these ones, it goes in slices like that, so it'll be, yeah. I was just finishing this up when I got raided last night, so then I was doing a lot of showing of what it was I was doing. Yep, okay, yep, so this is a full line coming to here, and then the same thing on this one. Yeah, that's where I was. So I got to this point. Got to save. At least they're fast again. And then that one comes up to here and joins. Yes. With the exception of the version 2 furnace. And that's a little bit interesting. Huh. Why are you in the wrong position? Easy fix, though. Yeah, the version 2 furnace is 5 wide. So that one, that one's a little bit different. I did work out how to make it fit, basically. But that was, I think, the one that oh yeah, that's right. I got to get rid of these before I can put it back in. That was the one that I had to, again, I had to play with that a little bit to make it fit. I think I dropped it down a block or something. But I've got, like, extra blocks right behind it and some other things that allow it to fit. Okay, I need to get out of the way. What else am I colliding? Probably that. They're so finicky. So all the things, you can place things a lot of times above, but not below. Okay, what the heck is going on? Is it me that's in the way? Or is it this? Oh, it's these two right here. Sucks you still need version 1s for... Yeah. Yep. And that's why I have the different designs, is because there isn't just a single one that works for everything. There we go. Just trying to figure out why. I think that's level. Yep. All right, there we go. And then once it's in place, then you can place all these other blocks. You still have to leave a 2-block gap around it, because that's the height of this thing. I still don't like that. But once I have that up, then I can take it and I can put it back here on those 2 rails. And that's halfway there. Yep. Yeah. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the thought process on that is. Like a lot of the things that they've done, it's interesting, just not sure sometimes, again, the purpose. And I'm sure they have a reason, and in their mind it works, but again, not the most or the best at communicating things sometimes. Okay, I think that I just want to make sure that I can get, we're not buried. Okay, so we'll start here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I think if I'm going to go to the, oh yeah, I'm going to do this, delete that, and then that goes over one more. I've only made a few of these, so it's still I have to look back and cheat a bunch because I don't. It's not muscle memory yet. So that's basically the floor layout for one of these dispatcher tiers. And if I was going to go another one over, it would just be placing this line in, and then again over 3. So each time you hang a left, the right side of one, left side of the other, instead of overlapping like I can on the other ones, I need that extra space. So it ends up, the further you go, it's just more of 2 pillars next to each other with the 4 gap in between, and then two behind it. And even though I don't need to, I don't know, it seems weird for me to not have the whole thing covered. So the first one, I keep switching back over there. Okay, the first one again is going to come over here up front. And technically, without doing anything, I could immediately put the second one up there. So that's what the 2s are for. It supports. But that just shows how it's being supported, and then all you have to do if you want to make it look like it's actual is just throw those extra blocks in. And then you can pretty much just stick a 4x, and that's right there. So now they've all got their output set up, and then missing parts of its foundation. It's still weird. It weirds me out. Alright, and the output on these is Only 360. So I can't put out 360. I can only put 300, so it'll still be half and half. Back over to here. That's output, that's input. Okay, so yeah, you're coming here as the output. And coming here. Nope, comes down there. Yeah, I definitely got interrupted in the middle. And I never got back. That was the part. Yep, okay. I never got back to finishing what I was doing. So that comes over here. That comes over here. Yeah, because now that I have all these, I just need to get them hooked up to the dispatchers. And then bring their stuff from over at the smelters, and we will be fully functional. Okay, actually, I think I would rather have you go up. Level 10 corpse about to hit engine and unlock of excavator fat furnace. Nice. Yeah, I basically ended at the version like around 9 for all the different things. So now I'm at, what did you put down there? I'm kind of stuck there until I start getting more things built. Oh yeah, let's put you up here. Actually, I put you here. Okay. I think I am gonna. So like I said, it's a lot of playing. I think I'm gonna have this one flip around so the output's on top. That makes it easier for me to put it on the top row, and I just need to kind of continue to do that. So for now, I still got to do. Nah, let's do it all at once. Make sure I don't mess something up. So it's going to start at the end, and then work its way this way up, and then hit that top dispatcher from the top. I think that'll actually work better. Okay, so let's come to here. Comes to there. Comes to there. Up here. And again, I have to go high on these because it sticks out too far there. You can't actually run a rail down the center. I could probably run a triple rail and go on the outside, but I think this still probably looks better than that. Okay, so I can run that to you. And then down here, let's get the storage. So weird. I'm not. This is gonna stick around. I gotta make sure I'm doing my angles now. It actually matters. Okay, that spot as close as I'm gonna get again. I hate that I could make it line up with that by widening the base, but then it wouldn't line up with that. It's like, no matter what you do, somewhere's going to be off. Okay, there we go. There's that. And I still have to program everything. Okay, yep, you're going to there. And then down here. Out to here. It's funny, even just a day gone, it's still kind of. I got to figure out what's up with that. I don't. Okay, these are inputs. Okay, so I get why that went up here. Output. Okay, I gotta flip the script here so they're all facing the other way. I built it without the dispatch over there. Actually, no, it's actually going the right direction. Okay. So that loop, the loop's what didn't make sense. Okay, we're good here. So then I just need the tier 1. Even with that. It's going to be off with one or the other, so it is. Okay, that goes into there. And that one went into there. Got those up. Oh yeah, I did. Yep, that goes into there. So those ones are done. I'm going to have to get closer over here to do these last two. And I definitely could have, will in the future make it better. I think I either need to make them all line up in the front or the back. Front probably, because that's where everything's going to be coming. I think some of this was just trying to fit it all in. Okay, so this is the output here. And you're facing this way. Okay, right? Both? Okay. And, okay, good. This one's already set up this way. I removed it because it wasn't supposed to be there. The top feeds into the top and the bottom feeds into the bottom. So that was actually a mistake to have that down over there. Just like this one here, they should each have their own line. So I've got the outputs of these coming into this one. I need to combine them. Shoot. Did I... Oh yeah, this one's single. That's why it's like that. And on this one, it was... One went to the top, and then I went the other one down to the bottom. So that's what I got to do over here. Again, it's all learning stuff for me. So one of these outputs has to come to the bottom, a full set, and then the other from the top. This one isn't... It's one single line, so they had to come both that way. Okay, so that's the output of here. Should be going the other direction. I think I want this one to go up top. I think I started figuring some things out as I was building, so originally everything was going to come out or in and out the front, and I don't want that anymore. So that one comes here. This one's going to go up because this will be my top floor, and that comes over to here and here. Yeah. We're going to keep working on how I want to do this. The question is, can I go from here to there? Right. And then this one. Comes out here. So that means the other ones... Yep, I just got to flip these around again. I don't need you. Because this row here needs to come down. That one went up, this one comes down. Okay, and that's there to plug into you. Oh, player. Some of these I may try to center, even because it's all the way over here, so it's like it's not gonna. Anyway. Okay. You to here. Oh no. The Wolfram's going to look a bit more. The Wolfram has a ton more. There's so much Wolfram there. It's like ridiculous. Okay, into there, you're into there. And then this one here. So I have 3 sets, 2 items. So I think this one probably needs to flip through up here. Input's all the same. That's fine. But I think I want all the outputs to go this way. Okay, let's get a little closer. Okay. Put over to here. I don't want it like this anymore. Instead, I want it to... What's the easiest way to do this? I guess I could go outside to outside. This is... How to make this work? They're all going this way. So I might... You're going into there. Oh, you're going to connect over there. Okay, that does work. Although, actually, no. Talking my way through this. I need it to end here. So you've got to flip over to there. And then you got to flip over to here. Yeah, because it's 3 rows on top, so I can't just divide it by rows. What I may have to do is place an extra taller block in between to get over the top. So this gets me to the corner here. But now I need to get over to here. So what I'm thinking is I can go up 1 block and then come back down. I just need to get over the inputs back down to here, and then I can start connecting as normal. I do think that looks better. Are you already going that way? You are. Okay, and then on the same thing here. Even with something this size, I still can't fully reach everything with the drone. Alright, you're coming to here. No. Over to there. Yeah, here. This turn is still complicated. Actually, I think the way I did it in the first place actually is fine. For this one, I just need to go around. Okay. And I'll have to do this on the bottom too. All these things now, once I know what I'm doing, I'm gonna do it on the bottom layer, get everything routed before I go to the next layer, and fill it all in, just so it makes this process a little more intuitive and a little less bug shooting. And that should be further over here, which will be next time. Can I make something tall enough? How tall can I get you? There we go. Now I should be able to get you at least close to level. Yeah, there we go. Look a little better. Okay, and then this one goes the opposite direction and finishes over there. Okay, so output. I'm just going to undo all of these so I can work my way backwards. They may be right, but... Okay, yeah, this is where you're supposed to end. I want this to be the end here. Which means this one goes that way. And we do the same thing over there. We got one. Have you all coming out of here, which basically sets up into here. Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to need to do a little more, or be a little more intentional building these now moving forward, thinking of this specific part. Alright, now we just got to program. Which is going to be...
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
I think I just need to get up one and then I can get up the rest of them. Or jump through the rest of them. Yeah, I can't use the drone, so... over there so I don't go flying. Okay. But I haven't done anything in here. Oh, I haven't even reprogrammed these yet, have I? Yeah, these are the beams. Lots and lots of beams. I think I can take the zip line up to the habitat. Just trying to get a little bit out of this. Still got to name this. I still got to come up with a naming convention for all these as well. And I'm going to use an AB for each of those pairs of dispatchers, so I can choose to make receivers for both of them to get the 480, or just one of each to get 120.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Okay, so
Star rupture has started. Hide.
Plenty of building blocks. I think I have any over here though. I hadn't noticed how overwhelmingly this favors hydration, which actually I guess isn't that bad. Yeah, Wolfram is going to be interesting because of how much is over there. Same with calcium. The titanium is the one that has the least amount to work with, ironically. calcium, I'm wondering if I don't want to go too super crazy with the receivers. But here's the cool part with the receiver transmitters now, is I don't have to see all the stuff that's in use, so it's not going to be as long of a list to go through. It's only going to be the stuff that is open and available. So I think this is going to make it less confusing by having a bunch of them, as long as they're going somewhere specific. So if I've got calcium a decent one away and I don't want to run a long rail to it, I can just dispatch it from the excavators up. But I still can only do 300 each. I don't know why they did it that way. I mean, they could have... I'm sure there was a way they could have done it that would have allowed it to be exactly 480 coming out. Okay, same things. Got to get these programmed as beams. I mean, even if you did, like, say, every 15 seconds or something, so you could get 4, then you could at least get up to 400, which would be enough for a 360. Okay. So how do I want to call these? Let's say titanium 1. This will be the first of these. Beam out A. If I have more, I might do beam out like 1A, 1B or something like that. But in this case, so A is up here, so I know I can pull this one specifically for 240. Or I can take the one on the bottom for, or combine them both for more. Okay, you are sheets. Tight 1. Sheet. I guess just A again, because I'm only doing these ones. Sheets. 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 Yeah, we'll do the tops first so I don't have to keep going up and down. And then your rods. 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 Tight 1. Rods A. Can I get up high enough? Barely. Oofta. Okay, housing. Tight 1. Housing A. Okay, housing. 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 I suppose I could run like the little bridge connector things between the top rails as a way of getting around. It'd be a bad idea. Okay. Probably because I had that little bubble thing sticking out. I don't know what the connection was, but sure. Alright, cool. So now I can get up to all of them. Alright, let's come back down. And let's actually name this one. Tight 1. Beam B. And if I look at in use or available, okay, Those are receivers, not these. Okay. Tight 1, beam B. Just want to make sure it's the same up here on that first one. Okay. Oh, I had out. Yeah. Tight 1, beam A. Yeah, because it's obviously it's out. It's a dispatcher. Okay. So this one's already done. Let's start here. That's easier. Okay, sheets. 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 And sheets. Sheets and sheets. 1 sheet B. Rods. 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 Did I select? Okay, I did. Good. Housing, 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 and housing. So weird. Oh, I didn't. I was wondering why I didn't see it. One housing B. Now, what I need to do for this is I think I need to go high priority on these because you're going to be coming off the same output as the dispatcher things. So I want to make sure this stays going. Vice, these things taking them all. So I guess this would be a low priority. And then as long as the housing... Oh, no. Normal. Yeah, as long as the housing is full and running, then it'll send it off to the dispatchers. I think that's going to make things easier than... Oh, I need to make all of these low priority. Except for the rods. Yeah, you're high. You're high. Oh no, low. No. Normal, because these are outputs, but the inputs I want is high. stay where you are. Okay, had you guys high, right? Yep, okay, cool. Alright, inputs should be... I don't know why I'm not using the drone.
Ruptura status stable.
Input there, input there. Did I loop it over here? Yes, okay. Alright, so I need to tap all of the... did this in a way that makes it a little more complicated to go there. Yeah. I'm not the happiest about how this is all lining out, but okay, there's one. I only need 2. Okay, yeah, this one. So I've got them picking off of the storage. That has a low priority. That has a high priority. So I'm hoping that it prioritizes filling those, as opposed to if this is running and they're pulling off the beams out of here. They said that that was supposed to be fixed, like the whole priority thing was supposed to be functioning properly now. So we will see if that is the case. Okay, alright, that works. Place you here. Nope. One closer. Supposed to be fixed, but let's see. Yeah. Well, this will be a good test for it, I guess. It either will or it won't. If it won't, then later on I'm going to have to come in here and sit around and do a little bit of tweaking. The only possible flaw in this system is if and it only matters at one place, which is titanium, because at no other place does it take 2 of the items crafted by that to make another item. So it's purely a titanium issue. All right. So now I have to get this around. So yeah, that's why I think I need to make sure that I have similar rows and outputs and starts, because this is kind of all over the place, so to say. Okay, we'll make that last turn when we get around there. I just want to be able to turn this thing on, make sure everything works, and then move over to the Wolfram where I can start this process from the beginning. knowing how it all works, because Wolfram is all version 2 stuff, so I am going to have to play with the version 2 furnace, so that'll be the first of there. But we'll put a teleporter there so I can go immediately back and forth between the experimental area and the Wolfram, so I can keep verifying I got the right setup. I think moving forward, it would probably be better if I just choose to make titanium somewhere else and just stop making it at the locations. I think that'll make this a whole lot easier. So this, oh, I have both outs up front, don't I? Or both ins out front. Okay, so I just gotta slip it this way. Probably makes it better than if it were in the back anyway. Yeah, if I make it separately, like, or maybe have one location where I just make enough stuff for titanium alone. Didn't I say sheets were 760? Okay, I need to have 3 on there. That's right. So for the sheets, instead of combining the top and the bottom, they each need to be their own separate. The place that I would love to build my final base is right there. That giant plateau. That thing is huge, and it's flat, and it's so far above everything. It's just cool. Alright, so this is what I was saying. These each need to be their own little line. Because I'm actually pulling more than 480 off. So I'll take half from each site. And then each one of these lines will fill one of the rows. Remember that now. Figured that out last night. Alright. And make it all the way over. Or is it too long? There we go. Okay. That's right, I got a middle too. So the middle and the one on the far right are sheets. Gotta get closer. I think what I want to do Yeah, I am definitely going to work out a better organization way of doing this. Okay, now I just need to run the 3 lines to input into here, which means I need to get this out of the way. Or ride it and break it as I go. I think another part that made this a little more difficult is just it's not very it's rocky. It's not the super levelest spot. And as soon as I connect them, they should actually power up as well, as long as I have enough power. Output. Gotcha. So I need to combine you I already did. Gotcha. I got it. I did these for a reason, to make them connect, but I don't think I need to. I can just, in the future, yeah, do this. I don't like how I did that at all. Okay. So each one of these. All new. Okay. So I think what I wanted to do was crossbars here. Okay. Come down to here. And then you guys connect there. And then that's where our first connection goes. Same with all these. Oh, they were higher. Okay, gotcha. The other ones worked. There we go. Now it's starting to come together. Okay, you'll be over here. With middle and outside, but you will be picking up the final. Yeah, this looks better as an output, I would say. Making sure you're tall enough. Must be this tall to ride this ride. There we go. Okay. As far as I can, then I'll move. I got to figure out first how many of the smelter slices are needed for the Wolfram. Yeah, once I get all these bases done, I'm going to have enough stuff to send to like a couple bases. So it's basically go into one of these big nodes, and all this isn't actually a super big one. But I noticed that I always had more leftover titanium than other things, so I think it's not an accident that in this area they put so much of everything except for the titanium. And it's still a decent amount. It's still 2 pure, 2 normal, and 2 impure, but a lot of the other ones have like 4 pures and stuff. It's kind of silly. Not that I am complaining, though. Okay. That's where I want to do this. And luckily for these, it's just, they're all the same. They're getting just bars, and they're all getting 480 bars, so I don't have to worry about splitting or separating or anything. It's just, they're all set up specifically to take a full rail. That'll be just moving forward how I set it up. And then the choice for outputs or taking off is either going to be taking 240 or combining 2 to get to the 480. But I don't feel like I'm wasting anything where I'm just sending 480 specifically to get 480 on the outside, but using 2 giant receivers and dispatchers. That's in. Right, I gotta move again. Okay. That's in. That's in. And that's in. Okay. Enough to get you over, correct? Yep. Alright. Match that. And then we run the next batch over to here. Okay. Now, so if I go down 1, 2 here, then I want to go up 2 here, and that'll keep it level, even though the terrain is changing. Same here now. Alright, and then our last one. Even though I don't need to, I'm still using the same rails just because it looks better. I gotta see why the first one isn't running though. things into there. Alright, let's see what's going on with that first row. Output. Is it the input that's messed up? No. Programmed you, right? I did not. Right, these are the ones I just did. Okay, that explains it. Make sure you guys are all programmed. Yep. Still got to do the top row. I was confused. I was trying to figure out why it wasn't working. Okay, you guys are all full too. So for you, why are you not? Oh. Yep. Yep, you're facing the wrong direction. For that one. Comes over here. Problems. Okay. So your input, so your output to there, output to there. Okay. What on? Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to look at the other one. So I messed this one up pretty good. Okay, inputs are going like that. Outputs are going here. Connect. Yes. Yeah, these outputs should actually be going this way. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's figure out inputs first. Okay, so inputs go here. Comes up to there. also comes here and goes up to there. Comes over here. So all of them are basically going this way. Which means outputs come in here. Output comes here. That's the output right here. I don't like how this is right now, but I gotta figure it out. So basically all the outputs went here. They should just be able to flow, so they were both down here. That's what it should be doing. And that's what it will be doing. Again, this one's a little bit messed up, and I might come back here off stream to try to fix it. Okay, so that, let me put you here for now. Now the inputs are there. Okay, now we got the output. Is here, and that output is here. Yeah, I definitely goofed this one up a little bit. Once I get it working, it'll be good. Okay, so now the question is, do I just have nothing connected to this? Because I see both those working, at least the bottom. Although this last one here is the rod, so if they're all full, they're all full. That could be what's going on here. No, you are not getting anything. Oh. You're the out, so you didn't need to go there. One line coming in. Yep, there they come. So that goes into here, that goes into here. See, this is behaving like I wanted all of them to behave. And then it comes up here, and then it feeds into there, there, and there. And then the outputs okay, you're there, you're there. You are going the wrong direction. Yeah, I think once I do the next one and I start from scratch going one direction, or one bottom part first. Okay, so that's right. I want each of these are doing their own. So these are going to be feeding the bottom one, and those are feeding the top one. Okay, but you guys are all getting stuff everywhere. You guys are getting stuff everywhere. And housing. Get a few of these and let's go make sure. We'll know for sure once everything is full. Here. barely, you're not. Okay, the interesting thing is, as wanted, I got really nothing in here. It's going very slowly. Yep, it's going through here. Do I have both levels? I don't. Okay, these outputs coming over here. Okay, that there, and then these ones were here, and this was the right side. And it was the sheets that were supposed to, yeah, 1440. Okay. Let me go make sure they're getting, well, actually, first off, are you full? Okay, you're slow getting... Okay, it's the ingots that are the problem with the sheets. Alright. Okay, you are getting them. They are going there. Which makes me think the smelters aren't fully outputting. That's the last thing to check, and then we can go start on the Wolfram. I want to make one of these that actually operates correctly from the beginning and looks good doing it. Okay. I already see a problem. This output is not going anywhere. Going there. The top. Yep, this whole line wasn't putting out. And that explains the problem. Interesting how badly I did this last night. Problems of this part here is trying to I guess in this case we're gonna have to go the other way and slide it in over there. Not the best way, but we will hone this and make it a little better here as we move this along. Now we have all the sheets we need. There we go. And now if we come over here to the outputs, they should all be full. Or they will once they're done producing all the housing. Cool. Alright, let's get out of here and let's go somewhere and do this right from the start. I probably at some point will come back here off stream and fix this completely, make it the way it's supposed to be. I just don't know how I messed it up so badly last night. Anything here I want to grab? Yeah.
I think I can use this.
take this back. I'm gonna keep these here for now. Eventually, I'm gonna take these away from the feeder sites. While I'm working this experiment. Yeah, let's go to the geosite. I'm gonna build one down by the Wolfram as well. I think right now I just have the railway over to the geosite, which is down there. Yeah, it's another place where I can build, and then down there is another place I can build. Yeah, that plateau, that is going to be a fun base. That thing is huge. And I'm curious if that one is, well, or if it's kind of stuck in the new rad zone. This is still kind of set up the old way. So we're going to tear this all down. I do have a habitat, so let me go dump a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, this Wolfram site is stupid. Like, absolutely stupid. I might go back up and get more of the basic building blocks after this as well. Let me get the teleporter down before I forget and try to go somewhere. Yeah, just put power down right here. I'm gonna need it, so I might as well just do it. Although it's a lot of heat. Let's hold off. One's enough for now. Alright, let's go name it. The whole place is probably gonna be taken up with the smelters by themselves. I'm definitely gonna get stuff in my inventory when I tear this down, so. And then I gotta verify what each one of these are, but I'm pretty sure there was like 4 or 5 pures in here. This time, like I said, I have to make sure I do this correctly. That was everything about the titanium one. I like the design. I'm good with the design. Implementation there was terrible. Nothing lined up. Mistakes everywhere. I absolutely know I can do better than that. That's frustrating that was like that. They ship clip. Yes, they need a shift clip for being able to throw large things out of your inventory or to drop things, because they have a single button to pick everything up but not a single button to drop it. And when I'm doing stuff like this, especially as I start to take down the smelters and things that are full, I end up with an inventory of stuff like that. And then the fact that I have to right click and tell it to drop for each one of those, definitely a bit annoying. And the fact is, this whole world I deleted already.
Activity detected.
So like earlier this week.
Finding a safe place.
So this was that's how I got the yes, See, that stuff all over there. Yeah, that's how I already got the teleporters and stuff. I deleted by hand the entire world. I started using the self-destruct on here, but it kept leaving the orange box that even after I emptied wouldn't go away. They're just floating all over the world. So I stopped and just started hand deleting everything. Alright. Or, yeah, even just being able to shift click. I hate having to double click everything. And I don't know why any developer would think that that would be what people want to do. Especially with large amounts of things. Like at this point now, that's probably my biggest wish right now is to have hotkeys for items in the inventory and the ability to shift click. Yeah. Or even ability to sort a chest. These are some of the things that just it baffles me that they're not. They're in every game, every kind of crafting building game. You can sort a container. At least I can do this, get some stuff out of it. It's easier to double click into here than it is to right click, drag the mouse, hit the drop, right click. Yeah, that part is just so annoying. Still kind of gonna need a few of these.
That's just what I need.
And I still hit shift when I'm trying to double click them in just because it's so ingrained into your muscle memory that if you want to put something in your inventory, you shift click it. Stop playing for now. The platforms still do my head in. Yeah. And I don't know if they're going to fix that, which is kind of why I build the way I do with the 4 gap and the 2 gap because it works. Doesn't always leave as much space underneath to work with as I would like. Having to do with this specific area, though. I am gonna have to do the hardest one for these sites that I have is gonna be the Wolfram powder, because that's using a tier 2 furnace, and that's 5 wide. So that one I have to be a little more creative with that one to be able to put it on two levels. But I think for the most part, I'm just going to worry about getting the smelter array up tonight for everything. Let's see. I think. Oh wait, I think I have it in my favorites. There we no map. All right, so to get the number of what I need. Yeah, so there's where we are. So we got normal, impure, normal. These two here is 480 because I've got the tier 2. Or no, 2 normals or a normal and 2 impures. Okay, so those are normal, pure, 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 pure. Those 5 right there, that's 5 arrays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 6 pure nodes. And then 2, 3, 4 normals. So that's 8 arrays and then a half array. It's just silly. That much Wolfram. Considering how much we wish that we had it when we're before the update. Just so much room for activities. Okay, I don't want you anymore. Let's get this out of the way. Because I'm gonna need all the space that I can. Although I do like now that I used to set it up so that 3 wide gap was going to let me have one smelter, but now it means I can have 4 smelters. All right. Let me get these all down just so I know where everything is. Okay. I'm not gonna run the run these yet. I just want them in place so I don't accidentally build on top of them. So silly. Oh, and those are tier 1s. Yeah, so the 2 impures I'm probably just not gonna tag. And actually, which ones were those? Okay. This one we're not gonna use. And on the other side, okay, it's the one furthest in the back. That makes it easy. But this is going to give me 8, so 16 rows, basically. I need to redo all these anyway. Tier 2s. But I shouldn't need to do Wolfram for a long while. I'm sure I can make it fit somehow. Yeah, when I get to running them, I'll work something out. Food for thought. Would like your opinion. I've stopped building smelters at the nodes. Most of my issues came from sending bars and blocks everywhere. Yeah, in my mind, even if all I do is bars, I don't see a difference between sending ore somewhere or sending bars somewhere. And it just seems about the same to me. So that's why I just smelt it here, where I can run it on rails. I think this one I might have to do an L shape. Again, because I need 16, so I could do 8 this way and 8 that way. That might actually be the best way to do this. So let's see if I gotta check this, the size of this. This is, like I said, this is kind of silly here how big this is. Okay, I don't see anywhere where this is going to be too small. The change in this after $500 has been game changing for everything that comes after. Yeah, flows after. Yeah, no, I definitely get how that's going to be a thing. Okay, I think this is probably about the best. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can go 8 that way. I don't know that I'm going to be able to go 8 that way. Alright, how far out do they go? Yeah, this one's just, it's got so much. Like, trying to figure out how to do it, fit it all here. And I don't want to send it to somewhere I could do other bases just to smelt. It seems such a, I don't know, almost like a waste. Alright. I just gotta look and remember how deep it is. Not sure why I did it that way. I definitely could go out to the normal size. So it's just 4. Now the other option would to go 4 top and bottom for a place like that, because I wouldn't need to be as wide. It just, try that, because then it would be, I'm going to assume 1, 2, so 4, See if I can't go 8 across that thing that I just was at. Because if I can do that, then I can set these in rows of 1. Top and bottom. And that'd be output going on one way and coming out the other. Everything about that seems like that would actually work better. It's going to be up here where it's going to be the hardest, and I'm assuming that's probably a cave. So I need this to be able to go do this 8 times, which I don't know that it's going to let me. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, just short. So I could go back a little bit. It's going to have to go up a little bit higher, but at least it's not. So let's see, if I started back here and make sure that nothing is... I'm going to have... Yeah, I've got no red. Okay. That's the first critical thing. So right now, even there... Okay, up to there is as far as I can go where I don't have it covered. Or here. And that would give me enough space. Let's try it from here. Get somewhere in the middle. If I can get this in one straight line, then this will look so much better than the other one. Alright. So 3 gaps in between. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All these have 3 in between. Okay. So let's get rid of these, keeping that same height. So I want it to be level all the way across. That's always the hardest thing, I think, with a lot of these builds, is they give you wide areas, but it's not always the same height. And that gets kind of triggering. What is here? I don't see anything. I literally don't see anything here that would make this an unbuildable area. Huh. That's so weird. Alright. So I think, let's start with the first one. I just need to make one fit, and then all the other ones come after. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that one can't go, so that's... I couldn't do it this way because of that. Do this one so I can fit furnaces between our smelters, because for this to work up top, I think each one of these needed to be directly in between one of those, and that was how I chose their positioning. Except, yeah, because that way I just need to fit 4. So with the second floor, that's 480. Each one of those will be 480. think that this is actually better, doing it this way, space-wise, because if I have the input here, coming over there, and then the output needs to be here as well. Okay, how can I position you to not be in the way?
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
So I am going to want to put dispatchers as well with the offset. The only problem with this now I still need 2 per to send out based off of the amount that it makes. I think I might be forced. I'm not happy with it, but I think I might have to actually send all of these out on dispatchers. It's just, there's too much ore here. So I gotta find a spot where I can make it wide enough to smelt them all. And then the problem is I did have it wide enough to smelt, but because I'm making it in a one wide thing here, the dispatchers aren't going to line up quite right. Because even if I started here, did the offset there, I've already gone 1 block over into the next one. Now if I have a wide enough spot where I could skip a block, then this would actually line up perfectly. I could put 1 floor's output into here and then the other floor's output into there, so they'd each be putting out 240, because this will be actually up in the air here. The other option would be just not to do it all right now, if I don't want to send the ore somewhere. Dang. I'd hoped it was big enough. I don't have much of a choice. So again, I need 16. Is it 16 or 8? No, it's 8. 6 pures, 4 normals. Yeah, so I need 8. So I need 16 dispatchers to send, to be able to send all 480 at a time. Though, doing it here, yeah, I don't think I have a choice. I am going to have to send them out here, but I can start over here now. It's not going to be as cramped doing this because I can actually come up past this non-build zone. So I think this would be a good starting point. Now I just got to figure out what the height I want is. Okay. And the dispatchers again are 4. And then it has to be like this and like this if I wanted to start up one high. Two, 4, 6, 8. And this might be where I take the corner then. down here. Make sure I got this done right. So the first one goes in here. The second one goes here. Technically, this is all I really need for these setups if I didn't want to throw in the extra. And technically, this is the only one that really needs to be up. So I just want to, make it so I can kitty corner them properly. That's where I'm at right now. But I first have to make sure that this is the correct placement. Okay, so basically 2 and 2, bring it up. Okay. Peek again. These are all new designs that I've been trying. Just trying to finalize and make it work the way I want to. Yeah, it's just... there. Because that's all it's sitting on, really. Although that might be needed. That might be what it is. Let's try that real fast. This whole titanium area was just cobbled together. Fits there. Oh yeah, it is centered. That's right. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, it was supposed to be able to cover that. Yeah, so that's the alteration. Okay. I did have it right. Now I have to play all the bottom ones first before I can place the top ones. But that means the output, or the back side, is a 1 block. Pretty much for aesthetics reasons. Okay, I just need to decide, so if I start this way, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be 4. And this is single. And that means if I'm trying to do another 8 this way, this will tell me if I need to come further here. And I think I probably will. Or could I do them back to back? Just need to see where the best stretch of regular, where I can basically fit these back to back. Because it's going to take up less room than the smelters were going to. think that way is probably going to be the best. Let's start it this way, so this is the first line. I really wish I could fly further away than this. Oh, this is so confining. Anything even halfway large, you're just bouncing back and forth. Okay. Which is the more defining distance? Let's see. If I cut this in half. Okay. Oh, you're going the wrong direction. Is it updated? I haven't really looked at any of the mods yet. Hopefully it actually, because I was getting a bunch of lag when I was doing it the first time. Actually, all I need to know is okay. So it was here, right? That was the whole distance. One goes here, the other one goes there. Okay, so I actually have a bit more space to play with here. So let's make sure I can actually reach above here. Okay, yeah, I'll probably look at that tonight then. I used it before, and it was one of the few that I would use because I don't see it as a cheat. It means you don't have to keep stopping and moving. It doesn't give you anything that doesn't already exist other than a quality of life as far as distance goes. So, yeah. Do you notice any lag when you actually go into flight mode? Because that was the problem I had before update 1. It was already a world that had a lot of lag, but when I went into the drone mode with the mod, it was unplayable. Okay, I think actually I have to stop here. So here's my thought. I have to be able to run rails all the way through here to get them in. So I'm trying half and half. I think it's a new one. I don't get lag. Okay, cool. I will definitely look at that tonight then. So it's going to be 1, 2, so 8 across. Each 2 is 480. So technically it's 4 lanes of 480. So now that I have the 5 rails, so I can still do that. So I can run that all in one line. So let's space this out again. So that's 4 double. Oh, I definitely... Okay, I gotta go a little bit lower. Yeah, because there's nothing in here. That's what I was saying. Yeah, unless it was supposed to be a cave and somehow they didn't put it in properly. Because it really does. It does impact your ability to build here a lot. Okay, back to... Right, so that's as low as I can go. Or as high. Okay, yep. Okay, so 4, 2, 4 and double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then it's what? 1, 2. Oh, come on. One more. So I gotta go one lower. At least I don't have to delete them anymore. I can just replace them. Is that going to give me issues with this? No, because it fits in between, so we're still fine there. Okay. So it was that, and then it was a gap of 1 instead of the 2. And that's the complete for one side, but I'll still give a little bit of space in between. Get rid of that for the other side. So I'm going to put them back to back. Okay, so in this case then, should be fine. Oh man. Yeah. Well, it depends on how big of a gap that is. 1, so I need to go 2, 3, 4. I have a feeling that is going to... No, it's still about the same. Okay, so I'm still okay there. It's still going to have pillars coming up from it. And I do want it level. I want both halves of these level. And then I still got to figure out where I want to fabricate all of the stuff from it, or do I play the game where when I need... No, I don't want to do that. I want the products as the thing that's the receivers are looking for. So I still got to find a place, and then I got to convert a ton of freaking wire and everything. The hope is, that I don't have to do anything with Wolfram or any of these things for a while. I can just straight build and just pull the things as I need them. And then I really only have to do this every once in a great while. If I finally run out, then I'll do more, but I'm hoping that that's just not a thing that's... It's going to be a while before that happens. Why do I keep trying to do that? Okay. So I'm going to get all these in, and then I'm going to put in the pillars, and then I'm going to put a layer of carpet over them so they actually still look good. That is the layout. And it pretty much takes up most of the space. Just with dispatchers to send stuff out. That's just how crazy this place is. Probably should have been on this side. Yeah, I gotta scope out where I want to build now. It doesn't have to be nearby. It's going to be a ton of receivers, but at least the receivers stack on top of each other. So I don't have to do an offset. They'll come out more clearly. Because I'll have each up and our top and bottom will combine in to get them back to 480. I wish they could make it somehow so that you could actually send a full, tier 3 rails worth of stuff on the dispatchers. It just seems so weird to only be able to send 300. Gonna I'm doing exactly in line with the, gotta intentionally leave a break now to finish getting that through. Alright, go. Yeah. Pull it back one, and then I can, yeah. Like I said, we'll put in all of the bottom floors because you can't put you can't put these in if there's already something above them. Same height. Lock you in. Oh, I gotta go off one. Okay, I was gonna say, why? Is this what I did before? This is actually closer together. I don't think I did it this way before. I don't know that I actually even need that back row now. Out of curiosity. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that just made things a bit easier. Huh. Yeah. It does indeed let me do that. Although I put them in backwards, didn't I? Takes up even less space than before. So I could really put them up close to each other and have a bit more space if I wanted to. Yeah, I don't need that entire back. Huh. I can put these literally back to back now. So what if I sent half of the ore somewhere? Ah, still takes up too much space. Saying I could. So it'd be 4 sets of 48. Here's the question now. I mean, if I'm sending them, I'm already sending them. Yeah, I do want to move these, so I think I can definitely put them closer back to back, save some space. Just trying to think if maybe I wanted to do some crafting or something over here, but I don't know. I think if I'm either going to do it here, all of it, or none of it. There's just going to be some unused space here now. Literally put these back to back now. I am. Do I want them back to back? Man, it would look kind of cool. I have enough space in front of here, right? Now that I know this, I'm... wonder what would look cooler. Back to back or front to front with a gap down the middle to run the rails? Now that I have the space. Actually, I don't think I have to change anything. I could just flip them. Everything still stays the same. I'm not deleting any blocks. I'm just changing directions. Because I do kind of like that. I like the idea of that, having everything run down the middle in like 2 rows. Okay. And then how far do I want to give between them? Because I'm not cramped for space now. At all. Say give 5. That way if I need to go two layers, or I mean two separate rails through, I could and still have the middle open. This is actually kind of cool. It's it's only 4 deep, or well, 4 gap. So I guess 6 deep would be the actual correct amount of space taken up. All right, put in our pillars. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. Again, having all the stuff, so I don't have to progress through the normal things. I can just build and continuing to try some, new things. It'd be cool if I could stack them directly on top of each other, similar to the receivers, because then the space-wise, I could have done what I was trying to do before. Because I was able to fit in the smelters, I just couldn't match them up with the with these without them creeping an extra block away each time. Okay, and do it on the bottom, but I don't really see a reason to do that on the top row. Actually, I should probably get out of the way. And I will place them. Oh yeah, that's right. They're placed on the inside. What's the difference? Okay, so you... Oh! Too wide. Oh, I was thinking I could go four blocks wide. That never works. Not these days. So what it was trying to do, I think it was just trying to grab onto that because it didn't have that second layer to give it stability. Yeah, I know better than to go 4x4. Super compact. At first I thought I was going to have to do like a big V or L, depending on your perspective. Okay, now... Cool. So each of these is getting 480. So again, I need the 5 wide, which I haven't favorited yet. Okay, and I think that I want to actually go over here and here, because that's going to give me a little bit more space. I give myself enough space. I might have gave myself too much, but now I'm not sure. So I need to see if that's gonna interfere with this going by. Goes back one. All right. Moment of truth. This one goes into here, so I don't have to worry about you, but okay. This will work. I don't need the middle. I gotta make sure I don't have any power because I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how this looks. Okay, actually, let's get you back in position. So you're gonna be here, 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 there, and there. Mirror on this side. Mirror on this side. And I don't shrink down as things come off because I want it to have that same look as it travels the entire distance. And I don't like flipping or changing where it is on the wire. So if it started out by being here, even when there's only one left, it's still going to stay here. Okay, that's our first set. This is definitely something I'm going to continue using. Just pretty much where we're at right now, experimenting wise. I'm going to keep playing with these designs until I come up with something I really, really like. And then that's what I'll be using for the rest of the this save. We'll see if we end up doing another save at some point. It always depends on where I get towards the end, and if it's I run into problems that I realize the current plan of action isn't working. really cool once everything turns on and there's just all the ore coming down here traveling in. And I think what I'll do as far as buffering, instead of putting something in front of each one of these, I might put like a full tier 2 storage at the beginning of each one of these lines. Somehow, or at the output of the excavators. I want each one of these lines to have a buffer in front, so when we do start pulling from it, it doesn't have to wait for the excavators to spool up and then start sending the ore. See, what would it look like if I... And again, it doesn't have to be the tier 2s, actually. You need to be facing a... Need to get rid of you, because I only want you. You are facing the wrong direction. Yes. Yeah. Because I don't need a lot, because this is 100%. Like, I'm putting exactly how much I need. It can only handle 480 at a time. So I don't need to have a version 2. Because as soon as it starts running, it's going to take 20 seconds before it takes the next 100. And that's going to come directly out of here. And then once that happens, these will immediately start firing up. So it'll never run out. Because it can only send so much at a time. And it's... Yeah, exactly. Other places, big buffer is good. This place, I don't see a need for it. I think the small storage is just fine. Okay, overheat level is getting up there, so let's make it so I don't have to worry about it for a while. There we go. Okay. Now the next question is there a specific way I want to reconnect all these?
I'm detecting increased ruptura activity.
Of course you are. You
Prepare for
always
a
are.
wave.
That's how this game works. That one goes straight in. So I think in this case, I'll go 3, which is going to go directly along the side. Yeah, if I come here at this height... then I can take the corner a little easier. I know! Isn't science fun? Okay, so you go to there. You go to there. And you go to there. So I can do this and keep it looking clean. I could have just had each one of these, you know, get further and further over there, but I like this. This is gonna, you know, especially from above, this will look really clean. It does. It seems like it's always coming. I was gonna say, I know I have a habitat here somewhere. Yeah, I like this. I like how this looks. I think maybe I'll put like a runway along the back that I can move across as far as programming or doing any kind of maintenance. So I should be able to connect that and still be able to walk all the way. Alright,
Ruptura's eruption has started.
Where do
Prepare
I
for
want to build
impact.
this?
Star rupture has started. Hide.
That is directly underneath the orbital lander. It's just right underneath here, southwest of that. Looks like I said, it's 6 pure Wolfram nodes, 4 normal nodes, and 2 impure. I think there's like 6 or 8 helium, 2 sets of sulfur down here. This thing, there's like 8 things of calcium, I think, from here and here. It's on a bluff. This is where I'm going to build one of my later bases, this giant plateau. 8 geothites here. And not as much titanium, but 2 things of the oil over here. So every single thing that you want in large quantities are just right there. I'm assuming there's other places like that too. I just haven't... This was where I started to explore, and I was like, it had everything I wanted. And if I need more stuff, I can go look for one of those. Right now, I just got to figure out where I want to send all this Wolfram to get smelted into all the different things. Yeah. Yep. Like, I might choose to maybe move it up to here.
Planetary temperature within acceptable
Might have to go
parameters.
exploring to see where I really want to send it. Let's see if I... I just need to be able to get up here to do like the programming. So I'll make like a little walkway at the back here. I might, yeah. Add in that extra row. Make it easier to get up there and, like I said, program. Can I run this from here? I can. Okay. Yeah, it does. You're talking about the one right here? Yeah, that is. This is all hilly and stuff. It's not a flat. That's where I did my titanium. Yeah, I wish it was easier to tell heights and stuff from the map from looking. So this actually is, this here isn't a waterbed. This is just hills. The waterbed is on down that way. Yeah, this whole area here is this. So I did use, you know, it has a decent enough chunk over there for all the titanium stuff. But this area over here actually is really nice and level. So I'm considering using that for a place to actually build right over here. Yeah, there, this area down here looks kind of promising right here. Again, this whole thing here is one giant plateau, but I don't want to waste it on something early. It's just too cool. Oh, I could have sworn I caught you. Alright, let's get this. I think I've already been down there. I don't need quartz for a while. I'm not anywhere near unlocking anything new. Eventually I will, though. How does this look now? Yeah, I like that. That looks good coming in here. So let's just do the same thing before we go any further. Much easier to do from above. Oh, weird. Okay. Cut both of you. That was weird. It's odd that it lets that grab on from the back like that. I just need to hook, and each one of these, like I said, is connected to two, so 400, well, 240, 240, so total 480. All right. Probably need to do that in the back then, just so I could reach them. Maintenance, whatever you want to call it. Almost done. So gotta connect all of the excavators, but that's not going to be super tough. Most of it's just going to be a single line coming from pure node. Right. Here's for this. Few times I do two because it matches up with that. And where do I have this one running? All the way up. Weird. Oh, because it hangs over. Okay, that makes sense. Oops. Is there anything preventing me from doing it here as well? Does not look like it. Oh, you're doing that weird height thing again. Oh. I will do all of the programming once I've got these things connected, because I think that'll make things easier, because it'll only have the one item already. Okay. Gotta remember which are which. I'm looking at that map up here. Okay, the two in the back are pure. Okay, the two furthest north are normal. Everything else is pure. Okay, so that means, jeez, so many of these. I think that's the one I was not going to use, because that's one of the two impures. Okay, I got to get further back. And I'm going to click on each one of these to make sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this one here is... Yeah, that's it, pure. Yeah, pure. Yeah, pure. Pure. Good grief. So much Wolfram. ride these here until we can group them together. Reach that? Alright. You could probably reach that too, instead of doing two of you. If not, I can raise you. Cool. Can only run one of these. And I go this out one further. I gotta move again. Yeah, I'm definitely downloading that mod tonight.
Ruptura status stable.
Absolutely.
Arcadia status stable.
100%. Okay. Yeah, if I come over here, I'm gonna put you up one higher. Basically, then I can bring you here. Get over this. I think it does now. And then we start combining rails. I'm almost tempted to undo all my favorites and then do them in order to get it the way I want. So that brings the two of you. And man, I might actually want to bring it this way. There's just so many of these. Oh my goodness. You're not even the right thing anyway. If instead here, same, you're the right height, right? Yep. Okay, good. Okay. Still trying to at least get this one from way back there up here. That one as well. Okay, good there. Yes. Okay, you go to there. Perfect. Gotta get closer again. Good grief. And now the fun part is just trying to get everything routed. I mean, I can sideways and everything all over the place, but I'm trying to keep my clean angles. Alright. So I'm thinking I want to keep this on this side because I'm going to try and Can I... want to keep things exactly where they're going to be. Oh, that's right. For stuff like this, I got to start with the inside for it. That 100% works. I want to keep that height. Wish I could just set that to replace it. Spoiling me with the raised platforms being able to do that. Okay. I think this will work now. You can run straight into there. You just need to meander over to there. And you go to there. One back. Still got to be able to make the turn. This side is hooked up, and the 3 pures from here, 1, 2, 3, and then these 2 normals. Alright, let's relocate. So I think for these ones, let's see. I think we want to go over here, but I want to be kind of up in the air. Let's see. Let's get this height again. I like having it level with them. Okay, if I put you here. Put you there. Literally got out of my way to be in my way. Alright, I can't possibly be my way over here. I gotta get it to make a turn. From here to there. Just need to swap you guys. Forgot that one was there. Good. So the end placement is going to be 2 blocks away from here. Yeah, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on. I think this one's only a normal. It is. Okay, so technically that would need to combine with you. Which you still could. I just probably need to go underneath now. Have a good stream. Heading off to walk the dog. Alright, cool. Appreciate you hanging out. Have a fun walk. That's all I need to do was come over here. Okay, looks like it has to be here instead. But that will fix that issue we had there. So it'll be 3 pures and 2 normals feeding the 4 arrays of dispatchers there. And that still connects to there. Alright. Now I still have, I guess, the 2 of you. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So these 2 are the only ones, and I got to match up with the 2 pures on the other side, don't I? Hold on. Those 2 come into here, and then 3 and 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So you guys are the, okay, there we go. And then I got to connect with the 2 normals over there. All right, now I remember where we are. I still have to work out the other half of this here. Okay. So actually I should probably run it to here instead. And the 2 of you and meet there. Those 3 pures. And it's even on the right side that you left it. And I don't know what the heck that was. Not sure if I'm gonna have to move one more time yet or not. Inside first. Okay, yep, I need to get closer. I think I need to make that turn a little bit in a different position. Okay, and let's see if I put you here. I can still make that turn there. Okay. It's still the same angle, just extended out a little bit further. Crazy thing is I still have to still got to do something with the Wolfram once I get it dispatched and received. And then we make the tight turn. And you on the far end. Okay. There. Oh no. I am just all kinds of flubbing this up. Forgot I need this on the outside. Okay. There. Lots of turns. Okay, lock you up. Alright. You're still the same. We just adjusted you a little bit over. Okay. Same thing, inside first. Right at the last second. It always does that. Always, always, always. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't want you sticking out over there. Alright, and then for the rest of it, it was... No, you were more like that. And it was a 2-block gap there. Cool. Just making sure we match. Matchy, matchy, samey, samey. Okay. There. There. Cool. Now we got a buffer. And then you come out and fill those. We cover those over there. So right now everything is connected. Okay, let's go up and make sure everything is... Well, I know nothing's programmed yet, but... So I can start pulling as soon as I give it power. How close am I to... Yep. might have to just break down and make some of the Nutrigel. Okay, so that is here. Let's... Which means now these will match, but I still need to name these. Alright. Wool or 1 1A. Actually, I need to copy the first part. Wool or 1 2A. But this is always gonna be the same, so let's at least get that copied. I don't know if I'm ever going to go to a second Wolfram site, but just in case. 3A. And then the top one is going to be B. So I have the choice. And I doubt that I will choose anything else. Oh, you never connected. Should probably run a across here too. Same thing up there. A. Again, do them in pairs. We'll see if I can find a spot big enough to smelt all this. A. So, 8A. Right. I wish you could see what it is just by like looking at it. That'd be cool. Okay. So you'll be 1B now. 1B. To be or not to be. Three B. And the cool thing is though wherever we go, it's going to be coming out of 2 stacks, so I don't have to worry about it offsetting and all that other stuff that we were struggling with. So I might even be able to run it out into a smelter. I hate the fact that I had to do it somewhere else. Just feels like a waste of this space. B. B and 8B. Did I do these yet? I did. All these are done, both sides. Okay, let's connect power. Not where I want you to be, but much rather you lined up. Don't know how much power I need, but we'll go above just in case. There we go. And now we just need to connect. That'll be the easiest way to do that. Yeah, that's not needed anymore. Alright, let's see him go up into all of them. There we go. All the Wolfram. That's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. And everybody is pushing out. Yep, yep, yep. Cool. Technically, that's 8 lines of 480 per minute. No idea how much that is. What's that? 480 times 8. 3,840 ore a minute being pumped out of here. Now we just got to find a place to receive it and smelt it. Do I have my weapons? But I don't have ammo. Okay, we need to go back to my other base, and now we're gonna find a spot that we want to build it. I think I want to keep doing stuff in the outside here. So maybe we go back to the old world for that. That might not be a bad idea.
Just what I need.
Alright. Let's make some real food. I'm gonna have to start grabbing pricklers again. There's a point when I thought I had so many I would never need them again. There's never that point. Okay, but I got plenty of these now. Recycle a little bit of Wolfram we've got. Got plenty of this. Let's get a little bit more of. Okay. At some point we're gonna have to get things set up for more, but I left myself one double storage of this before I took down all the stuff that was making it. That's how much noise these things make? The pricklers are here. I've just been ignoring them because I had so many, so I suppose I should really start picking these every time I have a rupture.
Acquired.
This entire mountain is covered in them. There's no reason I should ever be short on these. Such a cool place to live. Now, I've got a spot for calcium. I already did the stuff for titanium. This is just Wolfram. So maybe I use this basin down here for my Wolfram. That way I'm still keeping everything here. I've got a spot down there for geothite. So the only place I couldn't do the all-in-one was the Wolfram, and that's because there was almost 4,000 friggin' ore. So yeah, I think maybe I go down there and build it there. So I need to set up the 8 lines of double receivers. Okay, how would the best way be to do this? And the thing is, I technically don't have to bring it all in. That's why I've got it on rails, or I mean on dispatchers. Okay, we got our ones to fight.
Reloading!
Okay, I know there's got to be more than just those. Maybe not. Okay. Alright, if I'm going to build down here, this is actually a fairly level spot here. Let me find a spot that isn't. Put down a core, set up a habitat and a transporter, because I need to actually... I think there was some meteors right here. I just gotta find one again. Is that down there too? Yeah, there's a lot of different places around here for building stuff. There isn't like one large spot for everything. Or for, you know, there is a couple places over there, but again, I don't really want to take up a base that big just so I can smelt Wolfram and make beams, or sheets, wires, and powder. I just did that. So what, I need to pull up my spreadsheet, and I need to see how much stuff I can make based off of how much I decide to pull out. Because once we're done with these, I'm going to have enough stuff to make so many different things. It'll just all be sitting on dispatchers waiting to get pulled up. Okay, I'll probably need another one over there somewhere, or there might even be overlap from, say, that one and that one and that one. So I think this whole basin should be covered. Okay, let's put up a habitat. Maybe I can do a side-to-side one. How far this way can we get? Are you gonna have something sticking inside here? That's the only thing I care about. And I think you are. Aha, but not there. Perfect. Get some room on the outside, because we'll probably be here for a little bit, and it's still close to our other areas. That's the starter zone right there. That's that first area where Wolfram is. That's the crash site for the for your lander. That's where all this is. It's so close to the beginning. Such a good site to build on. Okay. If things get too crazy, I could always build defenses here. I don't think it will be, though. Okay. And I want to put a teleporter here as well. Right? Yeah. Oh yeah, still need power. Yeah, I'm just trying to build it over here where it's not in a spot that's going to take away for possibly building something later on. Horizontal connector. Put all the normal things down real fast. Have a specific way I like things laid out, so it's even if I don't need the stuff right now, I'll still put it the same way. And I can still stick a little bit of storage up here. But the other room will be more for storage. Okay, anything I need to get rid of? Actually, I can recycle these real fast. Some other caveat will cause you to rebuild at some point. No, it always does. 100% it always does. I think, though, right now, I'm kind of in a belief that there are so much build area in this, in this new update, that even if I didn't like something, I could always start something in another place. Like, I don't feel like I did in the normal area where you would run out of, resources or space and then feel like you had to do something. Okay, so what I first want to do is I want to get... Okay, that's right. Let's go back over here. I need to pull my spreadsheet up. I need to know what I need based off of what I want to build. Alright, so if... Alright. Let's just act like I could put in... Let's delete all the stuff too. Starting from scratch. Okay. 480. If I bring in half, let's say right there, just that's 2 by itself. How much? I mean, it's already 9.6. That's so crazy how much is coming out of here. If I wanted to, okay, so let's say we do 480 for each of these. I'm just curious, how much will each of them make if it's given? So what's it, 8 to 480? That's putting out 2,400 powder. Yeah, left of that. Okay, so 480. So 8 gives 1,440. So this again, this is just using 3. That means I still have 5 more of these. 2. Oh God, no! Oh my God, you kidding me? Okay, for each of them to do that, I would need 16 version 2 fabricator plus 8 version 2 fabricator plus 8 version 2 furnace. Putting out that much. Jeez. So, all right. With that in mind, let's go back to where I just got done building all the titanium stuff and see. Version 2 fabricators. I only use so many of those. It was easy when it was version 1s. Because beams don't have a version 2 recipe. Alright, so here are that's 8. And I needed 16. So basically I could do 2 of these side by side or back to back. So I could, again, because it's 480 coming in, 1920 by 4. I'm pretty sure that puts us at 480, doesn't it? 480. Yep. So that means I could make 2 rows of 8, and then each of these would be its own separate output. So these would combine to 2 outputs, and would have to fit in technically for me to push out. Oh my goodness. 4, 8. I would need 8 dispatchers if I wanted to send it out all at max. Okay, I think this is more why I wanted to try to get these in block form, because then I could send them to different places to make the different things. I've never really done this before where sites were just specifically for one item, but at the volume that I'm starting to make these items now, I don't think I have much of a choice. Yeah. So I think I need to get them all smelted. And in a way, I really wish I could have smelted some at the location just to save on space. That's all over here. Again, this is 8 feeders of 8. 16 total dispatchers. And the smelters are up there. I literally took... I literally just took a teleporter to go up there. So I know I couldn't fit all of the smelters, but what if I did half the smelters down there? Oh, bugs. Because this right here is 3 rows of 8, or 480. Before you can get me, or attempt to. Got him.
Learning is the key to greatness.
Let me check that footprint out. I could at least, at minimum...
Changing mags!
Oh. You guys are mucking my stuff.
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
So each 1, 2, 3, 4.
Reloading!
Base 4 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8. So I need 32 blocks wide. And what, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 deep. I want to see if I can maybe find some way of fitting in half of those. Because I could actually take out that other row of dispatchers. Well, no, I wouldn't want to take them out. I would just like to feed them bars instead of ore. So maybe I could do half and half. If I can fit that. If I can fit enough smelters for that partial, and then feed that back into those dispatchers, that would actually, I think, be helpful. Gotta wait for the rupture though, so I can actually check and see if I can fit it. Look at Bug's still out there mucking my stuff up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a bit of work tomorrow, just kind of fine-tuning this thing for Monday. Again, I could go... Actually, I don't know if that part is in the... I need to check that out, because that looks like another really cool bluff that I could build on. I know that one I can. That one is not in the radiation.
Raptura's core is unstable.
That one might be. I need to
safety
check.
immediately.
Because I think it'd be fun to have like little mini bases, bundles, different bluff areas. There's the smaller ones over there that I think I can interconnect stuff to. Possibly find something kind of cool to do with that. Maybe. They're really small though. And I don't know that I could get enough structure by building between them. This new build style. Well, it's not even just the new build style. What the heck? These are the worst ladders. It's not just the build style though. It's the volume of stuff that we've got now. Like from the beginning. Well, from the beginning if you've wiped your world, kept your unlocks, and started over. Yeah. That's... I think I gotta try that. 48 wide, 12 deep. Again, if I can make that work, then I think we're good. For half. Half. Half of what's there.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Flattish area here. It's weird. There's like small little... It's almost like plateaus working its way down. Yeah, so back here is where I'm curious. Pretty sure I could make it maybe the 12 deep. It's the 48. So let's kind of get the feel. First off, I just got to make sure, find the lowest point. So make sure everywhere. Okay, we got, nope. All right, we got this. So we got to go down one more. Okay. So if I wanted to give it space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think I can go 48. Halfway. Yeah. I could do 1 48, 48. I could do 2 rows of 48. Or 480. Be 960. So much. I think I could make this break here. What? Probably might have to actually go in one. Yeah, that point there. Get one closer to there. So wherever I go, it needs to be just ginormous. And I can get now why some people go for like a 3 high. It's still a weird number unless you went deep enough to make it 480 each time, so it'd be 3 I don't like the weird placing blocks, removing blocks, placing blocks, removing blocks to get it all to the point where it actually sticks around. So I think if we go back to over there, let's see if I can at least fit in all of the smelters. If I can, I'll just use that area for smelters. And as it will be going to dispatchers at that point, God, I still need all the 624 tier 2 fabricators. That's a lot. I guess I could have taken the teleporter. Got a bunch of these just kind of run through the area here. Alright, so let's see. Again, if I'm going to do them all, it was 48 by 12, which means I need to do that twice. I need to see if I can do that down there somehow. Or 24 by 24. That would also work. But I don't see anywhere I'm going to be able to manage that. Let's start over here and let's see how far I can go in a straight line this way. Starting with the lowest point and then getting to the point where that disappears. Okay, because this is water, I think there's going to be a certain point where it won't. Yeah, not connected with the ground. Okay, so. Okay, that now is our lowest area. Okay, that works here. We can get up to about this level here. And about to there. I think I would rather. If I can find a way to make this so I can go all the way across, that would be optimal. And I think that's this here. Alright, so let's get this lined up and let's see. Because again, I want to go 12 deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. With room to spare. Hold on, let's just get my 48 first. 13, 17, and I need to move. $16, $20, $24, $28, $29, $32, $33, $7, $41, $45, $49. And then yes, I can do this. I can build it here. Let me sort of more centered part because I got to run the rest. I got to place the rest of these pillars. Actually, let's go get that sparkly body first.
Oh, yes.
Okay, this should be somewhere-ish in the middle. Keep the height locked. So at the far end, we're going to have to stretch a little bit to get there. A little extra. It's actually 13. But we're keeping the 4x2 all the way back. Like I said, this time I am going to make this a lot cleaner than the titanium. Again, I was just in the process of discovering how to do this, but boy, oh boy. And I really I did a good job of messing that up in a lot of places. So yeah, this time everything's good. I'm going to complete the entire bottom floor before I even put the top up. Chances of me standing where I need to place something, 100%. It's 4, 4, and then the second floor, right? No. Okay, I need to make a zip line back up to there. I gotta go back and check again. Something's off.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia.
As far as my planning, I mean, what I have so far, that is correct. Just something's off with what I'm trying in my head as far as where they're all going to be fitting. It's 2 per. 2, and then 2 is 4. So that's times 6 is 24, 240. Okay. For some reason I was thinking I had to do it 4 deep. 4 deep as if I was trying to keep it condensed. Okay, we're good. Alright. So it'll be here with that gap, and then it'll be there. So it has a little bit more of a gap in the back than it needs. Which I can adjust if I need to. Okay, so first off though, let's put in our smelters. Receivers will go up here. Okay, there's no core here. Interesting. Okay, so that'll mean something when I try to build my... Maybe not. Because each one of these is... Each receiver is going to put out 24, so I don't even need to build a 2-stack. I can just have them facing in. Which again is another even better thing. Okay, one of the things that I do want to do is I want to alternate directions of the smelters by floor. I think that actually will help me as far as placing rails. And I'm going to try something I never do. And apparently we have issues with the... No, these are all on the same level, right? Yeah. I'm not going to put a full floor in for these. I'm going to try...
Arcadia 7
not that I'm aware whether or not it's still an issue, but not to do too much as far as... large paved areas. So all of these, this is input. Okay. So we'll do the input first. Input's gonna go here, here, and then there to go back up. Place all these first, and then I'm gonna run them. Purpose again for this, I need to get closer, or more middle, is to have a single input for an entire stack of 240. So we'll have a receiver in front of them, and okay, I was gonna say I went off here in a second. A receiver in front that's gonna feed into basically this crossbar. I deleted the wrong one. And it's going to go all the way to the back, and then it's going to loop up top and come out to the top over there. So one single spot for each one of these inputs. And then the outputs, man, I keep wanting to do that, are going to be the opposite. They're going to start at the back, or the top, come over here, go down, and out the back at the bottom layer, able to feed into dispatchers again. I wish I could build some more things here, but I think it just makes more sense because this is every bit of ore from there getting smelted. So now I have every bit of ore into bars, into dispatchers, and I can take what I need or find another good build spot to do it in. It's taking up 3 separate areas just to do. I don't like that. It's so against my normal everything combined, you know, everything in one place. I just don't think that works anymore. Okay, let's set the receive down. So it's going to be coming down here. So it's just going to basically be. Why are you combining with another building? Oh, because you're just not showing. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, directly behind for each of these. Uh-oh, you're not locked in at Y. So some of these, a lot of these are not. Okay, just 2. Not too bad. Okay, now we'll lock you in. Like I said, I'm going to get the bottom completely wired. And then we'll put in the pillars. And then we'll put in the top floor. Well, let's hold off on the floors first. At this point, I just want to put in the pillars, place the smelters along them, run the wires to them, and then I can decide later if I feel like I need to add anything else. Okay, so same thing here. Luckily, you're able to run these along the sides of this. The version 2, it's a little wide. So it's a struggle to do it at that point. Yeah, I might have to choose. I said something I don't normally do. To have like a single spot for single building things. Oh, I don't like that at all. Get it the same height, but no. Yeah, the actual wire connects at the same spot. I'm not a fan of the base being a different height. Okay, all these are, yeah. So let's make this easier. I'm going to start over here so everything I can reach and I don't have to feel like I'm stretching. And then when I get to the other half, I'll just move. Alright, so the inputs are going to be like this. So you're going to go to there. And then you go to there waiting to go up top. Whereas the outputs have to start from the right angle. Are going to end here. So actually, I think they're all going the same direction here. Yeah, because the top, it's going to come this way, loop under here, and then go back to where the dispatchers will be. Receivers, it's going to come in this way, or the input this way, come up and fill back. So they're both interesting. Yeah, they're both going to go the same direction. I think that might be part of where I was really screwing up on that titanium. It's easier to kind of figure this out when you're looking at it from like that bird's eye view kind of thing. But this one should actually, when it's all done, should actually look a lot better. Being that it's run properly. And they're all going along the side here, so nothing should be getting in anything else's way. That was the other thing, is I had things crossing over in weird directions. And I think it's because I was trying to... Actually, it is. I was trying to think of everything by 480 instead of 240. I think that's where the biggest problem is. Because each one of these is only 240. It's the combination of two together that makes the 480. And so I was trying to combine all the inputs to take 480 in instead of taking 240 in. And that's where I got into trouble. So I will not make that mistake anymore. I just gotta... It's still 480, but it's not ever traveling at 480 on these lines. It's always going to be 240. And then the two of them, each one of the lines of 240 connects into a single dispatcher. So again, it's never 480. It's always 240. And as long as I keep that in mind, that I'm not trying... Because I was trying to run things over here and going over the top and stuff, and I didn't need to. And again, this is all new to me. Again, a scientific work in progress. Getting a look deep inside my brain that... But I think we're on a good path now. So when I get this done and we put the top floor on, add in the dispatchers and receivers, then we'll see. But we planned properly this time. It's all in one nice level path. But we also have the receive side the input side facing front, output facing back. So we're at no point am I crossing over. Again, I've not put any floors in, and we'll see how I feel at the end if I feel like I need to add floors just to make it look like it's not floating. But I think also the fact that both of them go the same direction, because that was another way to get kind of confused. I was trying to remember which one was going this way, which one's going that way. I think after this one I need to slide over just a tad, because I'm definitely at the extreme of where I can reach. Yeah, we were almost done. And I know I'm getting kind of annoyed at the fact that I'm having to separate where everything is being done instead of all in one place. But again, the volume I'm doing, I think that it's going to make it so I don't have to do this again for a very long time. And then I can do one of the things that I always say I want to do now, and I can actually build the suit. So because I can break it down by 240s, I think I can always find a way to complete 240 without going crazy. And I'm going to have 16 lines of 240 ready to go on the bars. And then I'll be able to make on the spot whatever frame or wire, plates, or powder I need. Instead of trying to get it set. Because that's the thing I was most kind of worried about, I would say, is that, you know, I would need like 50 powder. And then I would be sending an entire, you know, 480's worth of powder to a spot that only needed, you know, 60. Whereas if I send, you know, just the 240 ore, I think I could, if I need to, send the rest of whatever I make off into somewhere and it's still available elsewhere. Alright, so that is this. Let's get the second floor in. And once we got that, we'll bring in our receivers first to bring in the ore. Get that hooked up to all of them. Then we'll set up our dispatchers on the back side to take the output. And then we can provide power, and it should be, again, this is going to be almost 4,000 ore being processed. It's so stupid. I love it, but it still cracks me up how much they're giving us now in this update, how much of the different types of ores. Which is great, because everybody was, you know, kind of complaining for a while about the fact that there just wasn't enough resources to do endgame stuff. And I'm just doing this from one single ore node, or ore section. Plus the version 2 excavator helps. So, yeah. As long as they don't mess with my new version of spacing that allows me still to build vertical like this, I'll be happy. If they do something else to make this so I have to build horizontal, I'm going to be really... Then we're going to have works. Okay, gotta move further this way. And on the return, they're all going to be starting on this side going that way. It'll basically be the opposite of what the bottom floor is, with one loop going up and the other loop going down. I think I need to place up a walkway, whatever we call these things, at the top of these first 4 of each row. Platform. Yeah, I gotta place. Don't need one in the back, and I'm actually probably going to end up completely removing that back row as well. I don't think I actually need it. And actually, no, I know for a fact I don't need it. I do need that, though. Why? Okay. There was no reason. The game was just being silly again. These platforms here above the pillars are enough to support the second level of smelters. Now I gotta decide if I want to alternate them or not. If I want to alternate the smelter direction or not. Because this is the output. Coming over. I'm in a place where I'm not good for either or. Alright, smelters. So I could make it so that, again, flip it over here so instead they're coming back this way. I think I want to try that. I'm going to put a couple in here to give that a shot and see how it feels. Worst case, I just delete them and I don't have to replace anything else. It's just going to be these. Okay, so let's go ahead, grab our cross pillars again. We're going to lock it in at this height. It's going to be the exact same thing. One behind, one in front of. Everything is literally the same. So okay, you over here are going to go up this way. So all the inputs are going to go this way. Completes the input for all 4 of the smelters in its array. Okay, I think I do like having it flipped around like this. Now for the outputs, let me finish this one here. Yeah, this is definitely the way. It would have been weirder if I'd done it the other direction, and it's hard to explain why. It just feels like it would be. So now for here, we're going to start the output, and that's going to connect here. It's going to connect here, and then we take this one down so it comes out the bottom on that side. So I guess technically I could do the loops all here. That way I don't have to keep coming out to the front. So this is the block that all the stuff comes in, and then on the bottom on the other side is the block it all goes out. Okay, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I like this a lot better than the mess that was titanium. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just because it was the first time I was trying to figure this out. And I think I just kind of kept getting confused, a lot of it because I already had both levels. So it's hard to get that bird's eye view and kind of really see things when you're underneath a roof. So yeah, once we're done with this, we will be sitting on 4,000. This right here is 960. 2 arrays of 480. Okay, we're safe now to put the rest of these here. Right, that's the correct. No, there we go. That's the correct. Can I make it? I can't. I am going to have to move when it comes time to wiring, but at least for now I can actually position them in place. Okay. How do I feel about this without the... You know what? I'm okay with this. I did not think I would be. But yes, I think I'm okay with this. So same as we did over there, we're just going to pop in the rest of these. I think I am going to have to move. So I'll go as far as I can, and then I'll go all the way to the edge of this, and then we'll move for the second half. Yeah, now that I've got this kind of down, this is going to start being a much faster process. It always is, just trying to, because I didn't even have to run back and look this time. I almost did, but I was able to do it without that. Of course, one placed wrong. Okay, let's get the rest of the way over here. It does look pretty mean, and it's going to look even better with all the receivers facing in. all the blocks or all the ore running in, and then coming out the back into those dispatchers. This is actually, I think it's going to look really good. And like I said, I get that there is a way that you can make it 3 high. There's no way I would be able to do that in the time that it takes me to do this. So it takes a little bit more space. But it doesn't take as long. And I think it looks better because it would have to be long. No. You are down. Because it's making that connection to the output. It's the back side where we go up. Uh-oh. What the heck? That's not right. Just need to get down a little bit lower. Sometimes I just get too high, so it's real easy to put it in the wrong position and just not realize that you're doing that. Trying to get all of this stuff done. I think I've already been there. Oh, so close. I am 100% going to be downloading the extended drone range. Yeah. Get the words out. Actually, you know what? Let's just get rid of these right now, because I know for a fact I don't need them. It was always kind of a what if, maybe I might need it, but I definitely don't. And it does impact how close I can put the dispatcher, so I want to make sure I got a nice level playing field for that. Okay, and these go up on this lane of each one of these. And then all we have to do is run them from each of the lines through. Okay, so you are going to feed into there. We'll finish the inputs. And feed into there. Thing. There. And into there. There. Yeah, just a lot of repetition now. I got to decide what I want to do is if I'm going to try to make anything here, which I'm thinking probably not. I don't think I have the space to do this. So we'll find a new space. One that we can make at least part of these. I don't know that I want to do just one kind of thing in one place. I'm not a big fan of that. I did not need you. Make sure I take that out on the ones over there that I can't reach right now. But we still got to finish the inputs. Or sorry, the outputs. Okay, so as far as the outputs go, it's going to start actually here. Yeah, I'm making some. It really only needs to be one on each side. It's the spot where it's actually making the elevation change. Yeah, and even on those, it's just extra that wasn't doing anything, wasn't necessary. Okay, I'll get those on the way back. Let's come over here and let's finish our outputs. And that goes to here, which is already connected towards the bottom. Yeah. I do think it's probably not a bad thing now with the amount or the volume to spend a bit of time, make one giant output of a specific type of material with numerous dispatchers attached, and then not have to touch it again for a decent amount of time. As soon as we get to the end here, I think I'm going to start with the receivers. I want to get the receive portion of this connected up, and then the output. I might actually still have, it's a 4 blocks. And so each of these technically is taking up 4 blocks, so I might just be able to side by side them. Okay, we made it to the end of that. So let me get over here so I can get rid of those extra blocks on this side as well. Yep, just 1 block on these so I can take you away. And you away. And then on this side, the opposite block. Oh, I'm hungry.
I need water.
It's always jarring when that happens. Completely caught me off guard. Alright, let's come back up here and let's finish what we were trying to do. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Alright, let's get on the other side here. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. I got a lot of space here. Still haven't decided if I want to try to at least maybe make some of the stuff here. If I do, I wouldn't need the dispatcher on the other side. Okay, I think I should try it from here on this side first, because this is the most elevated position. So if I want to keep them all at the same height, I need to start at the place where I'm going to have it the highest. Alright, we are about to start generating a lot of heat. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to... If I could, I would love to have it like actually directly connect with, but since it can't, we'll just make it this height. So yeah, it's just going to be side by side all the way across. And I will do them in order. So as I labeled them on the other side, it was, oh gosh, darn it. Yeah, I have to drop it down. Wait, okay, I could, shoot. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So some of these have to be at this point, but we can still put them up close so the other ones... no. Hold on. Do I want to... because that would match. Okay, we'll start with you. Now, hold on. Where does that put... where does that put this? Okay. See if I can keep these at the same height. See how far I can go now if I go back a few blocks. If I could at least maybe do half of them. 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I knew it was gonna at least at some point drop down. Alright, so the rest of them are... Can I at least get it at the height that you guys are? Yep, I can take this the rest of the way. So that's the height at which we no longer can maintain the same. But I can take this the rest of the way. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. That matches. Now we just got to fit in our storage. And technically, again, I don't think it needs to be a large one. So I can put a small one, but I can still expand its footprint enough to match the front of it. Good morning, Grandpa of Sweden. How are you doing this evening? How was your day? I'm assuming it's just starting. I mean, technically, I guess it's morning here. It's 12 a.m. Good to hear. Good to hear. You just checking the game out to see, or have you been playing Star Rupture yourself? I'm trying a new method of handling massive amounts of a single resource. This is all Wolfram ore coming in. 3,900 something. 8:30? Oh my goodness. So what time do you normally wake up? 8:30 a.m. I am probably 4 hours into sleep. I get me the game this morning, so I'm gonna start playing this game first time. Okay. Ignore what Sweden 2 hours ahead. So wait, you're England, right? Britain, England. Which way do you guys call that? Or is it Great Britain is a part of England? I think. Terrible memory of history, considering our shared ancestry. Oh no, I'm German. So I guess it wouldn't be fully shared. Alright, that goes to here. No, other side. Still gotta program all of this. 15 weekends about 6:15. You. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Grandpa of Sweden. That's a cool name. I like that. England is in Great Britain. Okay, the opposite. Okay, gotcha. Because I know, so I know Ren does a lot of stories where or songs, like he has that one, the Bittersweet Symphony, where he talks about Britain. So okay. Why are you? Or they've all been like, oh, because he went down further now. Okay, I get you.
I roll snake
Yeah, it's
eyes.
Great Britain and the United Kingdom. Okay, cool. Was that new or old? All right. I'm good. I get me this. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh. What's funny is I think I heard about it earlier than a lot of people, because my good buddy's name, well, his online name is Renevo, but we call him Ren. So it was his birthday, and so he basically is like, "Hey, this is a song for my birthday," and I'm like, "Oh, you got a song made for you?" No, it was Hi Ren. But yeah, after that, I was like, "Yeah, definitely." He's getting pretty big over here, specifically with I would say like a lot of YouTube people that watch a lot of the reaction channels. He's one of the big favorites of people to react to, or I guess I should say, when people start doing channels, that's one of the big communities that suggest they should watch something like that. So yeah, he's pretty popular. Why do I still have these? I shouldn't. Yeah, see, now I get to the, okay, this, oh, the titanium makes sense. Okay, I get that, but I've got all these other ones. I gotta go and look. Apparently I have dispatchers that are just sitting around not connected to anything. Alright, so we're just gonna do, don't know if I want to name these receivers, so I'm just gonna keep adding them in order. 1B. 2A. Yeah, I've actually discovered a few. Like, the other thing that I've really discovered then is the warning, which I think there's a lot of us that are older that really appreciate that, because it's one of the things we miss is good rock and roll. And it's nice to see that mantle being picked up and carried again. Everybody's waiting for the new album. There's no way I started in the wrong spot. I didn't go all the way to the beginning. I'm like, there's no way I'm almost done. I haven't gotten close to 8. Derp. So the Minecraft server that I played on with Renevo was called Burpcraft, and that was because they wanted to name it Derpcraft, but apparently the name was already taken, so then they decided to go with Burpcraft, which I find very funny. Thinking back on it. No, in use. Okay. 2B. I'm sorry, 1. You're 1A. Okay, gotcha. Now you should be 1B. Okay. There we go. 1B. Yeah, it would be nice if they had some kind of indicator or something on the front of these to tell you what they are. Okay, 2A. 2B. Yeah, for some reason I started in the middle there. I don't know why that happened.
I'm detecting increased
3A.
Ruptura activity.
Well, at least I wasn't
Prepare
flying this
for
time.
a
It's
wave.
always jarring when it happens and it slams you to the ground. Okay, 3B. Okay. Did I get to the force? I didn't. So now I go to the available. All right, good. Give myself a little bit of time before I head over and hide out. Cower. 4B. I'll do these last, the 5s, and then I'll head over 5A. Okay, I'm confused. Okay, something is not right. Not being able to do this, to name things you can see, is really bugging me. Yeah. I think I actually... I don't get why this... I gotta think about this. So it's each one of those is 4, so it should be 240. So I think this is only half of the Wolfram. Oh my god. Yeah, this is only half of the Wolfram. So I need to do this again. Or at some other place. Man, this... So basically that Wolfram site has 6 pure nodes, 2 normals and 2 impures. With the tier 2 excavator, I'm pulling out 480 per pure. So I mean, just... It's getting a little on the insane side.
Impact. Star rupture has started. Hide.
So I was thinking I had everything coming in. That's only half of what I'm putting out coming in. More I can fit, or where I can fit more. This was what I was kind of concerned about. Is too much stuff. Now what I could do is maybe add 2 more on each one of these, so each sliver would be 480, and then I would have to double the height of the receivers, 2 receivers stacked on each other. And then the top one feeding the top row, bottom one feeding the bottom row. And then it's the dispatchers on the other side that's the harder part at that point. Because I literally have so much coming out. I can do the offset, but again, at some point it's going to end up because they're 4 each, and they lose 2, and there's 2 spots between them, so each time it gets further apart. Trying to think if there's, I might actually, oh that's right, I was gonna
Planetary
connect this up to
temperature
here.
within acceptable parameters.
So what I think I need to think about is there's a way, because I already know how to put, only use the pure nodes now, keeps, there's 6 of them. There's 6 pure nodes. This Wolfram site has 6 pure nodes. And then I'm using 1 set of, or 2 sets of normal that together are 2 more basically pure nodes, because with the tier 2 excavators. Okay. So again, I could extend out the back. And I already know I can actually double up the receivers. But I need a block in between them. And they're 4 wide. Yeah. I mean, I could just, it's still making a super gigantic amount of, what if, though, I don't like how those ones are tall, because it makes it a little harder to do this. But I mean, I suppose I could, let's get a little closer. I don't want to have to make another site for this. I want to be able to knock it out in one shot. Okay, so if it's sitting on the 4, okay, how high does it need to be? So I had it set up for, I know 2 pillars will allow you to place another above it, but I don't need to place it above it. The question is, well, I do want it to go straight across. Okay, so I do want that. I think over there, I'm gonna have to try to see if I can. Okay. So it's gonna be every 2 blocks. So it's gonna actually have more support than it normally would. And I still got to figure out the receive side, or the dispatcher side, but I think what I could probably do is if I put the second one behind it more centered, I'll have to play with that to see if there's a way I can better send that over, because I don't want to keep going further and further off as it goes. Okay. And then what is it? Skipping 2 again. I think so. Oops. So I'm gonna put these here. Put the 2 stacks on, and that should allow 2 pillars. New subscriber, hey, appreciate it, man. Thanks for that subscribe over on YouTube. I really do appreciate that. Okay. So if this works, again, this will solve the problem for the receiver side. Can I place a receiver directly on top of you? And I can go straight from there to there. So I need to take... So it's going to change the input side over here, but that's not that difficult. Now I still need to go 2 more behind if I'm going to do this. And also change this. I got that to go away. I went months without the double, and all of a sudden the double's back. Okay. So I need to basically be able to, from here, space. This part here is going to be the hardest part to make it work. So I think I have to do 2 more. 1, or 3 more, sorry. 2 and then 3. Now it doesn't have to actually sit in here. Let's see if you will stay supported by that. Okay, that's the gap, there, gap. Okay, it's got to go 1 more over. And of course I'm in the way. Okay. As long as I can do it here, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Okay, so let's... And I have to be able to put it on both levels. Okay, so let's lock you into here. I don't think at any point I'm going to get into the 4-pillar range, which that is the dangerous part. Once you do, the stability goes so far out of whack. I mentioned yesterday about always being in the wet. Yes. I think at one point I said the chances of, the chances of me being in the way 100%. Pretty much. Okay. Because that part is underground, shouldn't be. Okay, let's see. If this does work, then I'm gonna have to go through and break these parts here. Okay, this is out. Okay. That means that I'm running them this way. Okay, it needs to be at this level. That's what I was worried about. I don't want it not to be on the same level. It was this part. It was this one spot here that I was concerned with. Okay. That I can work with. Because it's going to be underground, so I won't even see it. I've got 2 spots in between, and I usually don't touch that anyway, so that I can make work. Alright, now I've got to get... Yeah. I don't like it, but that works. Okay, so you are the... Let's get these in first. This part is already prepared to go in where it needs to go. Then it comes here, and it's going to go... It goes here, and then comes up here. Right, I got to go up 1 block over. And that is... Hold on. In, out. Okay, you guys are backwards. Okay, gotcha. That's important to make sure these are doing the same thing, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to make them kind of, yeah. Gotta go there. Or were you saying because of that? It didn't say unstable that time. It said something in the way, but I think it goes with whatever the most important error is. Okay. I still want you over there. Okay, because then the output's coming, or the in, and it comes up here, and now it goes in there. Okay, good. think I want to keep you here. Here. Or no, I don't. Okay, for the whole time I've been putting them on that inside there, so let's not mess that up there. Keep going the same way, because what we've just done is we've extended it, so I don't want to change it. Okay. Output, and then that comes down. Okay. That's where things change. Okay. So I've got a separate input. Okay, so this input is going to go this way to there. Right? Input? Yeah. Okay.
Arcadia status.
Start from the bottom. This is how I messed up on the last one. I was changing things mid build. Okay. I need you to go here. And that's it. I'm just, because this is now, because it's 4 long, it's 240, and that's what's coming out of each one of these receivers. So I don't need to loop up top anymore. And the same thing is, I also don't need to loop down either. Okay, so this output is going to not need to be here. Let's get these in first. Okay, so we have output coming here, going forward. Going forward. Into here. Okay. And then we got to figure out dispatchers. Okay. I do the same thing here as far as inputs go. And actually, I guess I can connect them. I would also like to still continue with this. I think it's important to... Okay, not stable. Fine. I think they're going to want me to do this. Does that make you stable? But, bet you this would make you stable. Yep, if we're going to do this, I'm going to have to do this to be able to support the storage up top. It's going to be, but if I'm going to smelt, because I'm sending out like 4K ore, if I'm going to smelt it, I want to smelt it all. I don't want to have to build a second factory that uses up space that I could have used for something else again. So that's my biggest reason I'm pushing so hard to make this work. Yep, there we go. Gotta get rid of all these connections here. Each one of these things I add just kind of adds to, I would not say the impressiveness of it, but it just makes it, I don't know, it just makes it cooler. Or at least in my mind it does. Alright, there we go. Let's get you locked in on height this time. Okay. And the reason for that, I only need a small storage because I just want something to be sitting here when it. I need that one over there too. I want something sitting here when it gets a request instead of having to wait for the receiver to request or anything like that. I just wanted to immediately start sending. Okay, now you are the output, which needs to change. There's a lot of things now that need to change. Okay. In fact, I'm almost tempted to take out the top floor for the rest of these so I can actually fix the bottom floor and then put the... Because all I got to do is delete these. Everything else can still stay. And I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue or big of a pain. Okay, so you again are... Okay, output, which means I need you going this way. I'm going to get one of these completed, and then I'm going to take out the rest of the top ones. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. And that's the full output of this 240 strand. Now, if I come in here, I should have the exact same thing going down here. Okay, so we have the out going this way, out going this way. Out going this way. Okay. So these are opposite. I need... Or is it just this one? Nope, they're the same. Okay. Alright, now the input. Again, I just want to make sure this one is good. And it shouldn't be this hard now. Because it makes sense. It's just straight shots back for both of these. It's just... And you can only get the input or output a single way. That's not what I meant to do. And you're done, so I don't need to go any further with you because you were the... Yeah, you're the input, and that was the last one. Okay. So that's that sliver done. And this comes into here. Okay, you guys are out, so then that's going to be here. 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 Here, and then that already goes into that. Okay. Seems complicated, but it's just modular. It's the same. Do it once, and it's the same for every other one. You just gotta add a little extra on that. It's all the same still, and I'm doing this without adding the extra blocks. So I'm gonna give this a try. I normally just put a blanket floor and everything, so I'm trying this without any extra blocks. It still looks good because it's within pillars, so it's not completely out of my comfort zone. Alright, but now, yes, I am going to remove the tops of each one of these. All I'm doing is really getting rid of the connections. Complete the bottoms. And then I'll put the tops on afterwards. Rather than trying to undo like a single rail, because that's what it comes down to when in that position I would be, because everything has to go this way. So I'm still going to be deleting a couple rails, but not all of them. So that'll alleviate some of the headache. Okay. To this again. So again, for these, it's only a 3 wide gap. Normally, I like to go 4 wide for these taller things, but that's the perfect size for these the smelters because they're 3 block wide, so I can fit them 3 wide, 4 deep. It fits perfectly inside the square, so they're completely supported on all 4 corners. Which means I don't have to do a lot of mental gymnastics or anything to try to figure out how to get them to float. Which I have seen, and I do understand, and I could do it. It just... This takes long enough as it is, and I'm not even have to do any block switching. I can only imagine. Now, if I were doing this as a YouTube series, where I was just making videos and stuff, that's a whole different thing, because I can sit here and spend hours making it, and then, not have, showing the results afterwards. But as far as the streaming thing, I don't know. Like I said, this is already Already a big enough project as it is. But it's actually starting to look good. And I did like the dispatcher array back at the actual ore site. Once we realized that there's no way we were going to be able to smelt everything there. It still seems weird to take up all that space just to send it here so we can smelt it, but there's no way I could have fit this in that. Well, at least not in line. That's the problem, is that I would have had to adjust it, move it over, kind of things like that, and I prefer not to do that. Okay, I think I should be safe of not being in the way now. Although I'm sure I'll still find a way to do it. Okay. It's weird how sometimes the water goes away and then it comes back and it goes away. I do know that I'm killing any plants that I would ever get from here, but thing is, the only plants that really would be here are the hydros, and I have like 6 or 7 stacks of those, so I ignore them now because I don't really use them. Once I started going to the Nutrigels, it kind of took away the need for the hydro flasks. Ooh, cool. Right, last one here. I heard pitter patter. Never a good sound. I'm still gonna have to go through and do all the programming. That's gonna be the fun part. Less fun with all the holes, but it's a one-time thing. I'll probably only fall down a couple times. If my track record is anything to fall back on. Okay. That's all there. Let's go back to the smelters. Now the smelters are all in this position. Yes. Can I get you all the way here? I can. Alright, cool. So again, basically it's going to fit right in between the pillars. Lock the shape. And usually like this we're going to have two. The only one where we don't have is just that one because it was too tall. Or the terrain got a little too tall. The rest of these will be perfect. So stick all these in, then we'll drop in the cross rails, run the inputs and outputs, and then we'll go ahead and cap it. Then put the second floor in. I used to do a thing where I would put all the smelters on the bottom floor and then route all the wires straight up and then into all the other different things I was doing. The only issue is I was not dealing with this volume of stuff. That's the crazy part. Oh, I didn't take these ones out yet. Couldn't reach them, that's right. So just the way I've been doing it for like the last 2.5 months, I've had to completely switch up. So that's kind of why I'm a little unsure here, is this is like the first time that I'm really experimenting with a new way of crafting this array, and I never had to go this big either, so that's the other part that's kind of a little out of the comfort zone. But I don't think it's going to take long for me to muscle memory and lock this in, and then we'll be fine. But I do like the fact that I can a 4-block gap, and I can spell 484. It's just on 2 stories. Yeah, that's faster than me going back and forth over and over and over. Alright. Still locked in height-wise? Yeah, okay, good. Anytime I don't have to move for the drone is a win. I'll have to move when I get down there to plug things in. But I don't have to move here and then move back again. Alright, let's get down here. Anything that's heading that way, I need to break that connection. So I just got to figure out, is it the input or the output? Which one is... Oh, they're both going this way. Perfect, that's right. do remember that now. Okay. That's input, and this is output, right? Yeah. So that means I don't need this position spot. Because the first output is going to be to the back of there. Okay. Oh, no, I do need them there. Oops. Getting carried away. Heck, now I don't think I can even make it through here anywhere. It's like a mouse in a maze. Okay. Let's fix the ones I just broke. Yeah. That one I don't need, the first one. This part I do. And then, okay, so I did already fix that. And then on the outside over here, I don't need, there's one that I don't need on this part. Okay. Your output, so yeah, I don't need the one on the far right. So it's the opposite of the other side. Because I'm not going up. So these ones here were made so I can either go up or bring down. And because each floor is going to have its own receiver sending stuff in, I don't need that anymore. Yeah, I'm going to get all of them. Alright. Let's come over here. I got to repair the ones that I kind of messed up. Oh my goodness. This has gotten so big. Oh, those are inputs. Okay, so I need... Okay, you go to there. These are all the outputs. Okay. Yeah, that was the one I undid. Okay, that's where the outputs end. Okay. Now these are the inputs. I'm just adding 2 on each one. And that doesn't need to go there because that's the last input. And only the output needs to be there. Okay. Now these ones should be... Except for I messed that up again already. I have even less... Okay, we're gonna have to stand in the middle up here for me to be able to do anything. Okay. Where were we just at? Okay. So you're the input, you're the output. Okay, you go to there. You go to there. Oh, I think each one of those are broke because that's where it was actually going up or whatever before. Okay, and there's the output. Input, and you end there. Okay. Input, output, input, output. Input. Output. Input, and output. I cannot wait to see this thing start running. In, out. Like that first time you start it up and it's going to be 4,000 blocks a minute riding on those rails. Stay there and you go to there. And then when we put these up in the top, it'll just be the same for those rows. Now we got to connect the receivers to the inputs, which should be actually pretty easy. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to do that because they're going to be like right across from each other with the where the storages we just placed a little bit ago. There. Nice little, and it doesn't look like I've overheated yet, which is kind of surprising to be honest. Oh, but I haven't put the top floor in yet. Yeah, it's gonna be another whole row running across the top of all these. Okay. In, out, in, out. Yep, now we just gotta in. At least I don't have to redo the parts that were already there. Don't have to do that. Yeah, that would have been a little bit more annoying. I just have to extend it. It's like it knows where I want to place it and then intentionally waits till the last second to move it over. In, out, in, out. In. I'm making good progress here. The dispatcher array, I'm still nervous about that. But again, like with all this stuff, once I get it figured out, once I do it one time, then after that it's just going to be rinse and repeating it. If I need to, going and looking at one that's already there, which I probably will. But that's kind of why I've been actually putting teleporters at all these smaller bases, which I normally wouldn't. But I'm kind of in a position now where I keep going back and forth to check things and make sure. Because again, it's a whole new build style. I think it's a good one. And it's me finally. I can admit when I'm wrong. I don't like to, but I can. And just everything I was doing about large mega factories and stuff, I'm gonna have to rethink how that works. There's just too much stuff that's available, and I get the problem is going to become. Oh, that's right. Here we go. The problem is going to be I get to the end and there's going to be such huge amounts of things required. I need to find a way to conserve space, and I think this will actually do the best job of that for me. But I'm going to have to make. I still refuse to make a single base for producing one item, but I'm going to try to produce just a few items at these bases and gear it more towards things that use a lot of the same items, so I don't have to pump a bunch of extra stuff. Okay, we are just about done with the first floor, so now we'll be able to put in the smelters for the second floor. Add in our cross beams. Oh, you are not supposed to be there. It's unnecessary. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything if I left it there, but it's just not necessary. Okay. All the bottom floors are in. I still got to do the rest of this. Now, let's do this right now before I forget. Make sure I got the right height. Uh-oh. These ones went higher. This is going to be tricky. I'm going to have to do 2 on this one. Because part of it needs both sides to hold on to grip. And since I don't have two blocks between these things, I can't do that other than to make a separate one on the side. That should work. I don't think it has to be in the center. At least I hope not. If that's the case, I don't know what to do about that one. Okay. Cap them. And again, just the small ones. Don't need big ones for something like this because it's the whole purpose is just to have a small amount in there. Why are you the same height? Oh, I put the block on the same height. That's the problem. Okay, there we go. Yeah, one is all I need, but I just need something to be there when it starts so that it can immediately start to fill the line instead of having to wait for the receiver to request and have it be sent to it. So. Oh, there we go. And then these will be the input. There's going to be a second set of receivers coming across the back here, and they'll shoot directly into these, which will then shoot into the top row. So each row of smelters, top and bottom, are going to put out 480, 240 a layer. And this is everything I need just to cover the ore that I have coming from... Oh, man. Oh, I don't even know how to get out of here. Yeah, to cover the ore that I've got coming from my Wolfram ore site. Like I said, it's getting kind of silly how much stuff is available, especially once you unlock the version 2 excavator. Okay. And we're keeping it this way, right? Nope, this way. Why? It should match the bottom. I think I did that one because it was already there and I could make it work, but I think that it actually makes more sense to match the bottom since they're both going the same direction. They're identical in every other way, so they should also be identical in position. Okay. I was wondering, at first it didn't want to position itself, and that's because I hadn't put the caps on the new pillars. I want to get these all in place before I start running. I want to get the okay, that's right. I need to put more platforms in. Yeah, I want to get all of the cross beams in as well. I want to get all the things in, and then it's just running down the rows, just doing the same thing over and over and over. Getting close to actually being able to turn this on, and I refuse to stop tonight until I've actually turned this on and see it running. I may not have it in the dispatchers. I may not get to the dispatchers tonight because I think I still need to solve some problems with that first. But we can at least get these filling up their internal buffer. Yeah. I'm also gonna download the expanded reach drone tonight as well. This is definitely silly. You just can't build big without having to constantly stop what you're doing so you can reposition yourself. Okay, right. Yep, I had it. Okay. So you said it's morning. Does that mean it's Sunday morning or Saturday morning or Monday morning? I think you're hours ahead, so it's Sunday morning, I'm assuming. And if they're west, like the Singapore, Japan, Korea, those areas, that would be a day ahead. Just found another of my machines not producing anything but full of materials. Had to delete and rebuild it. Then the chain started running again. Wow. How often is it? Are you finding that happen? Because I think that on my other one, I never went back to check on things, so I just always assumed that everything was working. I guess one of the things, if I don't see it, then it's not happening. Okay, there we go. This is a lot of smelters. Jeez. Wow. Okay, so now in this position, I just need the one. Maybe one. Oh my God. That's beyond being a nuisance. That's that affects all your factories, especially if it's somewhere downward of the production line. Why? Okay, gotcha. I need you. That's right. You are the backwards one. Okay, I need it on the left. Okay. Yesterday's was. Oh. Yeah, that's worse than annoying. Okay, there we go. And then at this point, it's both. Luckily, I have thousands already. Yeah. At some point, I'm going to have to get production going. Like, I'm still just trying to get my basic, tier 0, tier 1 in a surplus. But at some point, I'm actually going to have to at least set up some small stuff again for, like I said, producing ammo or... Man, I am needy. I am extremely needy. My character. There we are. God, look at this. I will say, as much as I like the way some of my other stuff worked or looked, I really do like how this looks. Even without the floors. I mean, maybe even because of the lack of floors. I don't know. I'm normally not a fan of this kind of a thing. Heat is hot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. If I get a rupture, I wouldn't have even thought about it. Oh, that's right. That's out of the build area. Okay. Is there someplace over here that's hotter? Or is it on this side over here? Or maybe that was enough. I mean, it is the big size. Thank you for pointing that out. I wasn't even paying attention. Like, I knew it was eventually going to get that way, but I really was not kind of that. Yeah. Okay. You're going to make me move, aren't you? Okay. Yeah, moving that amount, yeah. Okay, so this is both of them here, but on the back side it's just going to be one. I just got to remember which one it is. It's wherever the output, which I think is the one on the right. You guys are both in the wrong spot. right side. And again, that's the one thing I won't be able to do tonight because I still don't know how to make it. I know how to do a 2-story dispatcher, but it's offset by 2 blocks. And I don't want that to happen because then I'll suddenly have the dispatcher here being for that one way down there, and that'll just start to get really messy. Alright, let's go all the way over here and start from this side. There we go. Alright. So the input goes here. Don't need it here because output starts there. Input. Input. Input and finally. There we go. Need to do this for each one of these. I considered just doing like one side at the time, or you know, one, like output then input, but I'm already going to be going back and forth enough, so it just makes more sense to do both of these together. There's not a lot of wasted movement. So far. So far. Did that twice. Because I'm trying to do it from a distance. Just one at a time. Anytime I try to do things from a distance, it usually doesn't work out the best. Not that it won't work, it becomes, it usually takes more time than than you think you're gonna save. Yet? No. Still gotta do the receivers. Oop, I forgot to connect storage. That way, once the receiver's up, it just all I have to do is connect it to the storage. That's right, this one starts here. And I'm almost positive there's somewhere I'm going to miss one of these, and I'm going to have to come back. Like, I just... Right as I said that, I look over, and it's like the one I just went through. Yep. So I'm pretty sure that's not the only one. Looks like they're all right, though. Like it was just the one. And it was perfect timing, because it was right after I said it, too. No, that's not what I want. I mean, but you know, I don't think it would, because the output is bars. They don't go into the smelter. one of the things I want to look at is along the lines of the initial fabricator smelter combination recipes. Figure out which ones like maybe just need Wolfram or just need titanium, or Wolfram and titanium, or calcium and titanium. Just try to get the smallest amount of stuff to send in and then make a bulk of those. And it'll be similar to this, where I'm just going to have a bunch available, and whenever I need it I can set up a receiver, pop them in line, try to make it so I make enough to utilize all of what's going to be sent, which is more than likely for every one of these now moving forward. I'm probably always going to be sending 240. Just because that's what comes out of a single
Ruptura
dispatcher.
activity detected. I recommend
And-
finding a safe place.
Let me at least get this one connected. Where are you? Goodness, wait. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's somewhere way up there. That thing looks really big from the ground. And I can't believe I thought I was gonna fit that in over by the area where the actual where I mined the ore. Now where the calcium is, I'm pretty sure I can do that. It has this really cool bluff in the center of the crater that all the calcium kind of fits around. Pretty sure that I can make that work. I just want to make sure I do it cool. And I think I'll probably... That's one time where I'm going to use rails to get it over there, even though it's somewhat of a distance, but I don't want to take up the limited space I have with the dispatchers or receivers. So if I can run 5 rails, or 5 wide rails, each with 480 on them, I think that'll be fine. Man, that's got to be... I wouldn't say like a record, but man, this is a lot of ruptures I've had tonight. Like a lot of ruptures. There we go. How much do I have left of building stuff? Did I leave any basics in here? I mean, I know where to go to get them.
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
Not yet. The thing is, most of what I'm doing now, actually, all the rails I'm running are tier 3, so they're all intermediate bulk materials. So, yeah, they're fine. That should be fine. No worries, no rush. I don't know, does anyone else do this just out of boredom, waiting for the land to cool off, try to hand cool all the blocks within range? Or is that just me? I've never been diagnosed with ADHD. I don't think I have it, but man, it's stuff like this that just makes my skin crawl. I just want to get back out there and work. The interruption... I don't. I just wait. I get so impatient. It never happens when you're just standing around doing nothing. Of course, when are we really standing around not doing anything? But yeah, it always seems to be like when you're solving something that you've been struggling with, and you finally figure it out, and you're about to fix it, and then the rupture hits, and then you hope you remember it by the time
Planetary temperature
it lets you back
returning
out
to
again.
normal.
This is going to be interesting to run these in the fog, but I'll do my best. I think as long as I stay kind of close. Oh man, I didn't even realize we're getting closer towards the end. I'm way over halfway. Okay, that was already there. Confused. What was I trying to do when I got Oh, here. There we go. It was all the way... I thought it was towards the end. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to move. I mean, I just moved to get here. I don't know. Can I make all these ones? At least get them all started. Yeah, I think I can reach all that. And then at that point, I'm kind of where I can maneuver around for the rest. There we go. Alright. 1, 2... Only 4 more slices. Okay, nice. And then literally all we have left is the receivers and power, and I can turn it on. I'm definitely excited to see this thing in action. Oh, I knew it was going to get the wrong one. Right as I clicked, I was like, yep, it just moved. Okay, go. 3 more. It's going pretty quick now. Just got to get that muscle memory going. Tell you, when I was in one of my saves, I had a basically 9 5-wide rails running like half the length of my game. I was trying, at the time, the consensus was that the dispatchers were one of the major costs of lag, so apparently rails were better. So I was running this thing, and it's like, I did it off. There was no way I was going to do this on stream, but I had something on YouTube I was watching, and I just got into this rhythm, and it's like, started going, and then I took about a 2-hour break, and I came back, and I was so clumsy. Like, it just took that little bit of time, and then I completely lost the coordination. I mean, it came back, but that was a lot. That was a lot of work. I promise I was never going to do that ever again. That was way too much. And now with the dispatchers the way they are, I don't feel I'll ever need to. It's just so easy to set up dispatcher and receiver connections now. Yep, and of course on a bunch of these I didn't connect the last part of it. Okay. 2, 3, 4. "96 smelters." That is a 96 smelter array. God, I feel like I'm playing Minecraft in like the giant smelter array. Okay, let's get the second story up. You guys are all connected, right? Yes. Okay, we just need to get the second story up for our receivers now. Ooh, this part here is not cool. I hope that you aren't affected by it. It doesn't look like it. Okay. I think I was... Nope. That's right. It's still got to be a 4. It's got to fit in between the 4 corners. No, you're not correct. Okay, let's get you in. That's the correct position. There we go. Yeah, I think I might actually have to get another core over here because this entire section here is not cooled. I don't think it's going to affect the... Oh, jeez. Okay, this is going to have to be a different height. Now it's behind it, so it doesn't necessarily have to be as tall. Let me try this. I'm curious. I'll lock you in. Because you're fitting in behind, so how much clearance do I have to run the rail over the top? That's the question. I'm already doing this. Let me pop all these on too real quick. Need the platforms for this to adhere to. That'll disappear when I... No, it won't. Not there, it won't. Height, correct? No, you are not. So, one little fact, if you're trying to figure out how tall something should be, you can actually go underneath it, and then go underneath that, and then if you need to, go underneath there, and then you can find out what the actual height is. Go in there and Y it out. Okay, so this is the one. I know it'll fit in here, and it will... Building is not stable. Oh, wait. Oh, it's 2 blocks in between. It's like, what is going on? And this one I only did 1 block in between. Okay. I forgot how to do it. In a small amount of time. Oh, don't want that to go away. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's got to be on top of it. So in this... Okay, that does need to be... on top of that. That doesn't have to be, though. Now that'll work once I tap it. And the question again is how easy will it be for me to run this across? Okay, no problem. Okay, so I can keep it the same level all the way across, so at least the top level is going to stay the same. That makes me feel a lot better, because it's usually the part that you can see that's the part that frustrates you the most. So if you can make the bad part be on the ground, somewhat out of sight, it's less frustrating when you're kind of watching it. Okay, I am hungry again, as per the usual. Okay, let's get these last ones in. Got a little bit left to... Okay, I don't think I need you anymore.
The Raptura
Yep.
is in its stable stage.
I thought you were going to say, like, rupture again. I'm like, dude, no. We just had a rupture. There's no way. Stable state. I can handle that. Okay. We are almost at the end. Of course, I would have one. will say I do like how this looks. Okay, that's what we got to put in a second. First, I was worried that I might have actually messed up the rest of this by that one, but I didn't. The rest of them are going to be this height now. No, you are not right. Now you're right. Is that going to be a problem there? Probably won't if I swap you for a supported platform. And then at least you'll still have a platform in the rock. As odd as that sounds, that actually makes a kind of sense. I'm gonna have to go back and redo all the names of all the different things I've got coming in because I had only one floor at that when I did it at first, and that definitely is not the case anymore. Oh, good. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Can I make you guys go lower? It's just the... I don't... Oh, no, I don't... I think it was over here I had... Yeah, that would have been nice. If I could have done that, that would have made me so happy. Alright, you're going in, you're going in, you're going in. Just checking all the bottoms. Okay. Now we gotta match on the top. Do a bit of programming. I should do a lot of programming. I gotta tell 96 smelters what they're smelting. I don't understand that. If you've only got one thing feeding into your smelter... Okay, actually I just answered my own question, because you're gonna have people that are gonna have one wire bringing in both Wolfram and titanium at the beginning of the game, and they need to tell which one they want smelted where. That makes sense. Okay, I think I want the bottom row of receivers. Oop, let's put down another one of these. I think the bottom should be A, and then the second floor can be B. I think that it makes a kind of sense. Let's go ahead and put some stairs here so I can actually get up. This is all Wolfram. 6 pure nodes and 4 normal nodes with a tier 2 extractor. Yeah. It was so much that I couldn't smelt it at the actual location, so I had to build this giant array of dispatchers just to get them over here so I could build a big enough smelter array. This is by far the most insane thing I've seen. This is just crazy. Yes! Picking one spot to do the smelting. Okay, 2A. And I think that's kind of the way it's going to have to be, especially with the size of the these ore nodes. Because I don't want to have to keep coming back every single time. You know, I need more of something to do a little bit more. I just want to do it one time real big. Yeah. But each of these... So it's... each level 1 through is 240 Wolfram. So I've got 2 sets of receivers bringing them in, so 240, 240, and I'll have 2 dispatchers on the outside, also each putting out 240. And I've numbered them in this way that I can actually group them. So that's 3A, this is going to be 4A. And what that means is I've got 4A and 4B. So I could just take 4A just to get 240 somewhere, or I could take 4A and 4B and then combine them at the output, and that would give me 480. So I think it just gives a little more, not fluctuation, a little more control, options. I guess that would be the way. Which number am I on? Were you 5? You are 5. Okay, so you're 6. Yeah. Every time, every save, you know, it's like, okay, let's try something different here, because that didn't work. So maybe this will work. That's kind of where I'm at. Especially with, you know, update 1, it really changed. Like, once you unlock the tier 2, as far as the extractor goes, it just gets silly. It's so silly. I'd say I'm never going to need this much, but I know I'm going to get to the end of the game and I'm actually going to need that much. So it's like, again, if I'm going to do it, I do it once. Just get it over with, kind of thing. Did I do something? Alright, something's off here. I'm gonna be so mad if I actually did 2 times more than I needed to here. I need to go back and look at the... I need to go back to the Wolfram site. If I did, I swear I'm just gonna go find another Wolfram site between now and Monday and send the rest of it here. I had 2 sets of dispatchers double stacked coming in, so maybe I just forgot to name the other. I could have. I might have forgot to name the other half. And I hope that's what it is. Oh, it's not. Did I do this part wrong? Alright, so each side's got 4 sets of 480 coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have twice as much as I need over there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find another Wolfram site eventually and send it in there. So I'm only need half of those. But you know what? The infrastructure's there. That's looking at the bright side. I won't have to do this again later. I definitely built twice as much smelting as I needed to. Dear God. So I'll go over and do the top half of the first 8 as well. So basically half of this will be functioning, and the other half is going to wait for that time down the road when I need more Wolfram. And then I'll go to a single site, just put everything in dispatchers, send them over here, and they'll already be ready to go. I can even... I don't need to name the receivers, but yeah. It's kind of... I don't normally make mistakes like that. Well, then again, I didn't use any of my sheets or anything. I just went off of... Yeah. I just went off of... what made sense in my head at the time. I had to do a little counting, but yeah. Alright. Well, let's at least get these parts done. So we're going to be 1B. I got to find all these other ones too. I don't understand where all these other things are coming from. I'm not really making anything. and I don't want them taking up space. So I just got to figure. I'm gonna go between streams and find those and delete them. I should only see the stuff I'm currently trying to connect so far. Wait. 1, 2, 3. No, it's supposed to be 4B. There we go, 4B. Interesting. There's 5B. I'm gonna hold off on you. I gotta figure out where 5B went. Oh, wait. In use. Derp. Take it away from wherever I had it going. There we go. Okay, now I've got 5B there. 6B. 7B and 8. Okay. I was gonna try and jump, but I think it's just better from. Oh, it does. I don't think I have a choice. Okay. This is like the worst OSHA approved work site ever. I'm a retired electronics technician from the Navy. Yeah. You ain't even seen my spreadsheets. This is something that I kind of threw together over the last couple days because my other one wasn't working properly or the way I wanted it to. Yeah, this is a little excessive. All right, you know what? I'm done. These holes are going to be the death of me if I do not fill them. Just the inner ones, so I can get everything connected. Yeah, I overbuilt this a tad, so I've got it future-proof now. But typically, I run everything off of a. Where is it? Oh, bring it down here. I run everything off of a spreadsheet where I've got all these formulas and stuff, so I can kind of plan everything. But this is almost based on a different playstyle, so I've got to relook at this. And normally I also map out my builds, which I definitely didn't do this time. Or I would have realized that I was building too much. Yeah, it's almost like forgetting to carry the one. But again, there's going to come a time at the end of this where I'm going to need Wolfram again. And at that point, I don't have to set up the smelter part. I can just feed the ore back over to here, and it'll already be, everything will be in line and put together to build it. Yeah. Well, I've been playing this now for what, 4 months, streaming it for 4 months. So I've gotten to start over a couple times. Every time I do it's a little bit different. I try things, they don't work. I try something else. Some part of it works, so I take that, combine it with something else. So it's like this ongoing, ever-changing, which I love about the game. I love the fact that it's not just a simple, everyone does this, it's easy. Because Satisfactory, as complicated as it could be, it's nowhere near as complicated as this game. Because you want to be efficient, just underclock, overclock, and everything's good and fine here. There's none of that here. You got to actually math out, exactly how many fabricators per smelter, per ore node, per item you're trying to create, and then find a way to make it fit in. I'm 40 hours of playtime, happy just shooting bugs and smelting bars. Yes, update 2 will come eventually, so start over again maybe possible. The only good thing is, like I said, I've got my my core upgraded to 4, and then I deleted it so that I could get the ignition back and stuff, but I put all of the items that were needed to get to 4 in a bunch of storages, and I left the defenses and guns and all the other stuff still there. So if they do get to a point where I need to go past 4, I just have to add in, you know, just go back and re-upgrade it and fight the battles and everything's cool. It worked out really well, like really well. The upgrade to 4, I hardly even got to fire any shots. Like the base itself just tanked it. So that's why I kind of left it. It's like there's not going to be. I don't want to rebuild it again. Okay. Yeah, and I just need. Technically, I only need to really get to the 8th line. Oh my gosh! Oh, but I guess I'm doing it all. Yeah, I want to see. I can't believe I did that, but I can. It's just been a long time since I made a mistake that big. And if it were never needed, I'd be more upset right now. But I was gonna have to do this eventually anyway, so I would rather do it when I'm in the swing of things and everything's just kind of flowing than to try to start all over later. That's right, you're different. Okay, now I can finish programming. So I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 and 6. Although I might as well just program them all. Still got to program the ones in the bottom floor too. Currently on vacation, but I miss this game. Yeah. I know I know I'm hooked on a game when I literally dream about it, or think about it before I go to bed, or both, which is a common occurrence with me, unfortunately, right now. And the worst part, you know, when you got a problem with a game that you're trying to figure out, and you're thinking about it, and then you have a dream where you figured it out and everything's great, and then you wake up and realize that you really didn't and that doesn't work and you still have to do it. Yeah, I definitely go through that too. Yup. Alright, almost done with the 2nd floor. Yeah. Oh, yeah. To wake up and realize you didn't do what you thought you did. Is that a bug? It is a bug. I was gonna say it. Aiming would be nice, I suppose. You trying to sneak up on me?
No more distractions.
Haven't dreamed yet. It tends to happen when you run into a brick wall and you're trying to figure something out, and you fall asleep trying to think of it, how to fix it, and then of course your subconscious then decides it's gonna, you know, some kind of a way of fix, but it's not the same. Yeah, this. Telling you, OSHA would not be happy. Not happy at all. Yeah, it's a problem with this bottom section is I can't run the rail like I just did because that's where these pillars are. This might work if I just kind of keep squirming around the pillar here and then just come back. Only got to do it 4 times. Technically, well, it still would be 4, just only half of it if I was only doing the ones that are fed right now. At least I don't have stuff hooked up to it to where it would start sending it, and then everything, you start getting all those stupid angry items on the line. Okay. Actually, that's a little safer than running around the corner. Yeah, Actually, as soon as I finish this, all I need to do is apply power, and this thing is functional. Well, half of it's functional. The other half someday will be functional. I mean, it's already wired too, so literally as soon as I connect it to a dispatcher somewhere down the road, it'll immediately start smelting, which is good. Okay, I already done you. On a priority, yeah, that's right. You guys, I was going up and down on, so these two I don't have to do. Oh boy. Yes. Oh, that backside might actually be pretty easy. I might have a path there. I just want to see it work. That's it. I want to see this thing fire up. I want to see an insane amount of ore shooting through here. I'll probably need to put like a small... It's weird. I always went with like the large V2 storage input output buffers, but for something like this, I think I really only need the small, because now that they're connected to dispatchers, you're limited in how fast you can go anyway, so it doesn't really... by the time it's done sending, you know, your 480, it's like a minute and a half, and if you can't get that refilled back in a minute and a half, then you got a problem. So I don't feel the need anymore to, because the throughput now matches what I, you know, what I would ever desire or need. Okay, almost done. How many wind things do you think I need for this? Okay, they're done. Oh, almost forgot. I lied. No, I did those. Okay. I think I did the bottom ones. If not... Actually, this might make it... Oh, no, I can't. It's not the transmitters or the dispatchers. Okay, I can do it this way. Just need to make sure for sure the ones... For sure. Okay, good. You guys are. Okay. Let's go set up power. I think I have one. I'm so glad I have these. Imagine the array of little ones I would have had to do if I hadn't unlocked those. Probably one of the biggest hassles, though, was getting those unlocked. Where do I want to set up power? Looks like a good enough spot. And I'll just use a rail to feed it in. 4 should be good, I think. Put you here. I'm still overheating here. Now I'm good. Here. Okay, it's gonna take... Oh, we're gonna see 16 drones coming down, hopefully all at once. Just gotta wait 20 seconds. Fingers crossed I actually got everything hooked up right on the other side. Oh god, there they come. Wait, that was only 4. Oh no, that was all of them. Holy cow, look at it go. That's satisfying. Wow. And then once I get that, that's it. That's already enough to fill all these up. Jeez. Once I put like dispatchers or like some kind of storage in the backside, so it's doing, you get to see the input and the output, that's gonna be glorious. Okay. Wow. Yes, that's cool. Yep. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Now they're coming in a little bit separate distance, but I'm happy. I am so happy. And like I said, I still have half of this available, so I can go to another Wolfram site and set this up and have even more of that. But 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, and 480. Each sliver, if you include top and bottom, is 480 a minute. Altogether 96, but I'm only using 48 at the moment. Receivers, I would say probably 24, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 12 up top, 12 on the bottom, because it's 12 rows of smelters. Half of this came from one Wolfram node. And yes, still overkill. But god dang, does it look good. Oh, that's awesome. That is so satisfying. And like a relief after, like, so much better than my titanium site. Although at the titanium site, I did both the, I finished that earlier on in the stream. And that's like, because it doesn't have as many nodes, so I was able to do the smelting and the processing all together. So I've actually got 12 titanium housing furnaces over here, an array going with all the other stuff. I think after all the inputs for the housing, I have an excess of 720 each of bars, sheets, and beams that are coming out. So I guess we'll go to the beginning section of this, make the way all the way across. Yeah, this is also nuts. And again, this is only like half of the amount of ore that's available at that Wolfram site. So this one wasn't quite as... I didn't have to go the length because it was only this many. So it's what? 24 smelters here? So half of what I have for there, but I actually ended up making twice as much as I needed. So those all come into here, and then I've got them rolling into here. This is 18 smelters for beams, the tier 1 smelters. Let's get a little closer. And it's all the different ways I had to do it. The hard part is going to be the tier 2 furnaces, because they're 5 wide, and anytime on a 2-story building you go past 4, you struggle. This is 8 tier 2 fabricators for sheets, and 6 tier 2 fabricators for rods, and then there's the 12 furnaces for titanium housing. So altogether, that is, yeah, they're so big. Yeah, so it's putting out 720 rods, 1,080 beams, and 1,440 sheets. But after the 12 housing, I'm left with 720 of each plus 360 housing. Yeah, and then they're all feeding into dispatchers. So these are all ready to be picked up wherever I need them. Housing. 2 of these go on housing. 2 of them for the rods. 2 of them for the beams, and 2 of them for the sheets. And that's how I've been doing the 2-story smelters, or the dispatchers. But wait, now let me show you the actual Wolfram site, and you can see how I worked a better way of setting up the dispatchers. It's kind of cool. Yeah, that Wolfram site has 6 pure Wolfram nodes. So I took all the nodes coming, and this is my dispatcher array. It takes a lot of finagling to make it work. So I found out that I can actually, I don't even have to back it up. They're on the same. So I basically just have them kind of like this. So this is what's feeding that monster over there. So it's taking in all of these silly amount of Wolfram. You know the devs are going to mess with you in the next update with sizes of things. Oh, I know. It's still not going to stop me from doing stuff like this, because this is what I live for. Getting to see something like this happening, because that's 480 items per minute rails that are flowing at exactly 400 items per minute with no slowdown. No log jams, nothing. Straight 480 in, 480 out. Yeah, I love this. The new dispatchers are cool. I wish I could fit them directly over the top of each other, but that stupid thing sticks up so high. So that's the problem I have to face over there now, is because I've got everything on a single wide 4 deep. Thank you. This has been an interesting couple days of me trying to figure out how to handle this much stuff, because I was going to try to smelt here and build here. I couldn't even smelt here. I didn't have enough space for all the arrays and the stuff, just because this thing right here is the most annoying thing ever. So that, what is there? That is a build zone I can't build in, and there's nothing there. It completely messed up anything that I was trying to do. I even thought about doing like an L-shaped and stuff. This was tonight's stream when I first started. I was just trying to figure out. That's really close. But I finally ended up realizing that I had to send it elsewhere to do it, so I ended up doing this array here. Okay. And I think it looks kind of cool with all the rails kind of intermixing and mingling, and this concentration of smelters was to get it at my 90-degree angles and to make everything run the way it was. This probably took me like a half hour by itself, just trying to figure out how to run these and make them fit. It's 6 pure nodes and 4 normal nodes. Yeah. So basically 8 lines of 480 a minute. And because dispatchers can only send out 300 a minute, I had to split them up. So each one of these is now putting out 240. So 16 of them, and those are the 16 lines I had over there. 1 through 8A and 1 through 8B. And this is where I've got them titled. So this is 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 4A, and then coming back across. So down the road there is when I kind of meshed up with them. But the outputs of those are going to be similar. And so if I need it somewhere, I can just look at it and be, if I need 480, I'll pick a pair. So like, you know, an A and B pair to get it there. But that's the evolution. So that was the first attempt at things. I just didn't like the fact. The biggest thing I didn't like about it was the difference in the line. Like I wish I would have had them all start in a on the same line. I know the output's going to be a little bit different because they're different sizes, but they could have at least lined up on the front. And the fact that I didn't do that that was kind of annoying. So you can kind of, it keeps shifting back. So like the front of this one is here, then this one went forward, and then that one went back. So I would have liked it if they was a straight shot across, and then the outsides were what they are. But you want to see something real cool? This is what I discovered last night when I was towards the end, and I was kind of doing a kind of a base tour. What level? It's 45 of all of them. Mostly it's just shield and health kind of things. I keep telling myself I should make a separate. I know I have room for one of them. I should make myself a set of like. Yeah, max stamina by 80, max stamina by 50, max stamina by 30, shield by 50, shield recharge delay by 40. So I do have a nice one. I just got to put it in. Max health, 25, 15, 25. So that's kind of what I have. But I keep telling myself, I see a reason now. Like, if I'm going to go out trying to get a bunch of quartz or getting a bunch of ignitium, it would make sense to have the ones that make your mining laser do 25% more damage, because it would get you those things quicker, and then you could move along faster. And when you're exploring, Fog of War could actually be kind of something good to have. So I can see that if I were to start again, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make sets, different sets for different things. This spot here is 8 geothite nodes. This, I think, has 6... yeah, 6 separate helium nodes to tap here. Which is pretty big. There's 2 sets of sulfur nodes over here. Each is 6 nodes each. And my favorite calcium thing I've ever seen before, and I've got some cool ideas for it. But that's not what I want to show. But it's like, if you ever played WoW, it reminds me of Thunderbluff. And you'll see why in just a sec. So you got this crater, and the calcium's kind of all the way around it, and then you got this just plateau coming up out of the middle. So I got an older version of how I used to build things, so I'm going to wipe this all together, all these things and stuff. But I was looking up there and going, that looks kind of flat. I wonder if that's something you could get up to or build. I need to check that one. When I got up there and I saw what kind of a build area this was, like, I don't want to waste it. This is reserved for something epic. Look at this place. It's insane. Yeah, they did. And I'm not sure if that's in the rad zone or not, because if not, that's another really good... Because, like, it's so big. Like, the amount of stuff I could build up here. But I want to save this for, like, a late game kind of factory where I'm making all kinds of really good stuff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I haven't gone out there to check yet, but it feels like that's probably over there. And, like, look at that over there. Definitely in the rad zone, but tell me that doesn't look cool. It is right under the starting zone. This is the crash ship that you start out in. There's your first titanium and wolfram nodes. It's right behind it. So my titanium, I can see my starting factory from the titanium. And this, where I built the wolfram right here, it's right next to, because I mean, if you look at the size of the map, like, this is just this tiny little corner here. Yes. Yeah, you have to have completed the storyline that up to and completing the world engine. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that, but just, oh my god, the amount of stuff I could build up here. And then I looked over here and, like, could you imagine, like, trying to link up these or something? I know that you'd have to have, like, super long, like, there's no way to actually do it with the support the way it is, but it'd be interesting if you could set up, like, the little walkways just to have something to kind of get around. But that I'm looking forward to. That is definitely in the rad zone, but once we get access to that, that's a really cool looking place to kind of build stuff. But yeah, that looks just like this. And I haven't gone to check it out yet to see if it is in the radiation zone. If not, these would be 2 really cool building sites to build on. Yeah. So I'm happy now. I gotta, like I said, I have to delete this. Now that I've kind of worked out how I want to do my smelter arrays and different things like that, I have to go back to places I've already built things and really kind of change things around and see if I can make things work in a little better of a way. And I gotta kind of update this too, because this doesn't really match the new sites. So I've got to kind of change. I haven't figured out exactly how yet, because I'm still just working on the feeders. Once I get to the point where I'm kind of combining things, that's going to be a point to see if I can figure out the best way to evolve the spreadsheet again. Seems to be the way it kind of happens. All right. Okay, I am looking. I see Taffy is streaming again tonight, so I am... try to copy that. I don't like the way they do the raid things. It's so hard because you have to get the name in. So yeah, we're gonna do a quick raid with Taffy424. So if you're on Twitch, I would appreciate if you'd hang out long enough for that and pay the night forward. For those on YouTube, and also thanks for coming by, hanging out. It's been It's been a good, fun night tonight. If you enjoyed the stream, I'd appreciate it if you hit the like. And if you haven't already subscribed, I would really mean the world to me if you would consider that subscribe. And from Twitch, if you haven't followed, I'd appreciate that as well. But with that, let's go ahead and let's hit the raid over here. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.